Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Very good morning, sir. Good morning, all. I welcome you all for the Day 2 conference of 7th International Conference on Engineering, Research and Innovations, organized by Terna Engineering College, Nerul, Navi Mumbai, in association with Institutes for Engineering Research and Publication. I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Tarak A. Rashid Sir, Professor, University of Kurdistan Helver, National Defense University of Malaysia, Ibrahim, Iraq. Tarak A. Rashid Sir received his PhD in Computer Science and Informative degrees from College of Engineering, Mathematical and Physical Sciences, University College, Dulbin, in 2001 to 2006. He pursued his postdoctoral fellow at UCD from 2006 to 2007. He has been included in the prestigious Stanford University list with 2.7% of the best world researchers for the year 2020. Tarak Sir is one on the list of top 10 researchers in the Ayan Ibrahim Researchers Ranking 2022. He was served as a dean, the College of Business and Management Studies in Sabis University from July 2009 to April 2010. As the dean of the college, he provided leadership and vision to the college administration, academic programs, curriculum development, and faculty and staff development. Currently, he is working as a professor in computer science and engineering. University of Kurdistan Helver, KRG, Iraq. His research work span in 3 areas are development of machine learning, neural networks, recurrent neural networks, multi-context recurrent neural networks, auto resignations, multi-context recurrent neural networks, Cohen network, radial basis functions, support vector machines, and assemble networks, learning algorithm, supervised and non-supervised algorithms, back progression learning algorithms, near neighbor algorithm, back propagation through time, real-time learning algorithm to deal with time series applications. I heartily welcome you, sir, for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dia. I really appreciate your great introductory about my research work. Well, I am very enormously delighted to participate in this conference. This is a great opportunity for researchers, scholars around the globe to participate. Of course, by and large, in this era, the internet or the Internet of Things, advanced technologies, AI, computer science, emerging technologies in computing, these areas have become the most indispensable part of our life. I'm very certain that this conference will provide our researchers, our scholars, our students, an in-depth insight to theoretical and practical backgrounds in these technologies. Now, I again wholeheartedly appeal to all participants to move forward to conduct further research work, advanced research work in the computing field. I don't forget to really transport my special thanks to organizers for this splendid event that they hold in making scientific event more remarkable in our life, more stimulating and more successful with recognition. Many thanks to you and to all participants and all academic staff and all admin staff for providing this opportunity and working hard to make this event again very successful. My presentation for today is can you see it? Can you see my presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, can
Yes,
anybody
sir.
hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. I was just trying. Just trying to get reconnected. I'm sorry for this. I was disconnected. I'm very sorry for this. So today's presentation is about optimization algorithms in Internet of Things, healthcare. Now, the agenda for today, I go through some introductory background. I talk about problems, main purpose of this work or research work, contribution, and the area of nature-inspired algorithms or meta-heuristic. And also, I try to give you an example of one of the algorithms that we designed it in our lab, which is called Fitness Dependent Optimizer. And there is a case study for the participants to see how this algorithm works in IoT. And then we try to give you some assessment and evaluation about this work. Now, and finally, I conclude with the some future direction for the participants. Now, the introduction about the swarm intelligence and bio-inspired algorithms, which really form a hot topic in our era, the era of development technologies. So these algorithms are very new and very powerful, very able to solve large-scale problems. They are mainly based on swarm intelligence, biological system, physical system, and chemical system as well. So for these reasons, these algorithms called swarm intelligence based. They are kind of extracted from the nature, from our life. Well, I have to say that not all these algorithms are very active and effectual when it comes to practicality. Some of these algorithms are demonstrated powerful ability to handle or tackle greater problems with large-scale dimensions. However, some of them not, and do have some problems. They struggle to even solve simpler problems. Now, as I say, these algorithms are very active, very effectual to solve some problems. Now, there's also growing complex problems in our life. You know, like there are applications, there are new areas, there are new fields, and there are some hot problems, you know, difficult problems to handle. They grow up in terms of complexity of space, time, and completeness. So the current algorithms have to be adapted to, or have to be adapted in a way to solve these problems. It appears that nature-inspired algorithms are very good to handle these cases. Sorry. Therefore, current nature-inspired algorithms, such as artificial bee colony algorithm, fair fly, plant propagation algorithms, these are very good algorithms, and they are very effective compared to other traditional or conventional algorithms, such as genetic algorithm, simulating annealing, and colony and swarm optimization. So here we have to stop and sit back or step back to see how we can make a framework to work with these algorithms or evaluate these algorithms in terms of some criteria. Because algorithms are very powerful and how they can handle all these complexities. So we need to have an action plan, a framework, so that we can make comparative studies on performance, accuracy, computation, complexity, space, time, usage, power supply, all of that. Therefore, the idea is just to avoid not to do replicated work, or we do not want to do recycling work. We need to have a work that has a concrete mathematical model and justification or logical justification for it. And then we can conduct that this type of algorithm. Although there's a temptation that we try to, as a researcher, we try to develop new algorithms, but still we need to do it in if there's a necessity or there's a need for it. Algorithms in this slide are divided, if I define them in two categories: traditional algorithms and evolutionary algorithms. Traditional algorithms, they are deterministic, so we know what happens next state. If we are in the current state, I can understand that where I'm getting into in the next state. And basically, they are local searching. Say, for example, they just search within your area, within your neighborhood. At home, maybe, for example, a particular room. At university, maybe, for example, a particular hall. So they have this local search dilemma. And the solution also, it has a limited diversity, so they are not far distance from each other. And also these algorithms, they work for a particular type of problems. They don't handle all problems. Now we have evolutionary algorithms which are behaving stochastically in terms of probability, and they are heuristic. They use some information, and they have a mechanism, we call it randomization mechanism. So you initialize the algorithm at the beginning, and then the algorithm, after iteratively running, it arrives at stable or steady condition. And they do search globally beside local search as well. Now, what are the problems that we counter? Well, the problems, we have some applications that have higher dimension. For example, let's say you have an application, it has 4 variables, and you're trying to work out the optimization. But in real life, we have some algorithms or some applications that have more than 1,000 dimensions, more than 1,000 variables. So if you run it, your algorithm might get crashed because you would have no time, space, resources. And oftentimes you will get into trouble. You get stuck, and the algorithm cannot be run enough. Now, therefore, we just shift ourselves to swarm intelligence or biological systems or physical systems. Then we get some inspiration from these systems, and we try to design our algorithm. Now, more problems, we can have diversity, multi-objectives, and we need to go through the literature background, practical background of these algorithms and make a framework. And then, what's the main objectives of our work? Well, the main objectives is to handle a solution, and also we want in a reasonable time and space, and it has to be complete. That means you have to hit the target, you have to hit the goal. Now, again, the objectives, we need to study these related works, and study the do a balance between the exploitation, which is the local search, and exploration, which is the global search, and handle NP hard problems. NP hard problems, we know that these problems, that they cannot have a solution in polynomial time. In polynomial time, we cannot have a solution for NP hard problem, non-deterministic polynomial hard problems. So therefore, we need to use meta-heuristic to solve this or tackle this problem. And then we need to have a good diversity and distribution when we walk to multi-objective optimization problem. Now, some of the algorithms that we contributed in our lab, Fox algorithm, ANA, CDDO, one algorithm for clustering. Yeah, one algorithm for clustering, and the rest FDO, LPB. Here I'm talking about FDO today, which is a very good algorithm as well. So without further ado, we have types of algorithm. We have single population and population type of algorithm. We have some, again, some operators we can use for this nature-inspired algorithm. Now, FDO, which is the example that I'm going to show in this presentation, fitness-dependent optimizer. This is a nature-inspired population-based meta-heuristic optimization algorithm. It's inspired by the bee swarm reproductive process. Of course, swarming is mostly a late spring phenomena. It is the process by which a new honeybee colony is formed. The honeybee colony, they have someone called queen bee, which leaves the previous colony or the old colony with a group of, accompanied by a group of worker bees. A queen, they know who is queen among them. The queen with a group of worker bees, they try to leave the colony to find another colony. So the swarm consists of maybe thousands to tens of thousands of bees, and then they try to relocate themselves and settle somewhere 20 to 30 meters away from the natal hive for a temporary situation, for a short period, until they settle permanently. So the queen bee sends around 20 to 50 scout bees. That's the behavior that we studied, and they try to find some appropriate place to live there, to establish their life. So usually after many attempts, with the help and guidance of the scouts or soldiers or scouts, whatever you call them, the rest of the bees, they are trying to fly overhead to in the hope to find a proper direction. So you can see from the table that we have from the nature scout bee, which is equivalent to our algorithm, search agent, hive, solution discover, hive specification, fitness function, the evaluation function, how the solution is going, and scout collective decision, fitness weight, and selective hive, optimal solution, the best solution. You know, we always have in optimization some solutions, but what is the best solution? You know, what is the best solution for you? Life is about optimization. You're trying to buy a car, but what is the best car for you? It's a greedy search. Now, fitness depend optimization, it has some equation which is here. The solution or next search agent at t plus 1 equals to the previous one or the current one plus the pace. The pace is the direction or the momentum rate that the bee can fly. So of course the pace here is equal to the current search agent minus the global, the best search agent, because now we have agents. We have human agents, but we could have also soft agent. We could have also a bee agent, for example, a robot agent. So and then there's a fitness weight, which is here, and the fitness weight equals to a ratio of global fitness over the current fitness. That equation is, I think, very clear. And now the pace will be produced by fitness weight, and then I represents current search agent, current B agent at time t, time for the t means the iteration time, the iteration, the counter that goes iteratively to do the. So here in this algorithm, in this equation, which is the search agent equals to current search agent plus the pace. Now here the fitness weight equals to global over current minus weight factor. That's a weight factor to control the fitness weight. That's another equation. And then we've got fitness weight equals to 1. It has to be between 0 and 1. And there are some conditions, according to the equations that we have. If let's say this condition, if fitness weight equals 1 or fitness weight equals 0, then you will calculate pace in this way. Or if the condition in this way, fitness weight greater than 0 or less than 1, then you will calculate. R is a random number minus 1 and 1. I'm not going to very in detail. If you want to change this algorithm into this is done for minimization. If you want to do maximization, because optimization is about either minimization or maximization. Okay, so this is, you just flip the equation number 6, just flip it, then you can do it, you can change it to maximization with another condition in the pseudocode that this sign greater, you change it to smaller, then you can do it for the maximization. So this is the algorithm, flowchart, very simple. We don't have that domain or that scope to go through it, but it is there and I can provide you. So it's very simple. And the code is also there. And this is the flowchart for the algorithm. Yeah. So this is the flowchart of the algorithm, and the interpretation of the pseudocode. The contribution that we have done, we have designed FDO for single objective fitness function, and we also designed it for multi-objective fitness function. For the application, we use a periodic antenna array design, how you optimize antenna design. And also another application, we use frequency modulated sound waves. And also the last application that we used it was welded beam design, construction engineering. And you can use it for your field, any field you are in, you can use this optimization. So the results were very, very good, and it was compared to PSO, algorithm, Dragonfly, both single and multi-objective provided us good outperformance. Now maybe I have a little time to talk about the case study, how we implement this algorithm. I know that in 35 minutes, we can just get the idea of what's this algorithm, how it works, or the behavior, how inspired this algorithm. But then I'm trying to give you a case study in IoT, Internet of Things, healthcare, and hopefully will be useful for the participant to get some idea about optimization or the algorithm. So, yeah. So, I'm going to show you. Very sorry for this connection. I'm trying to switch off the video so that if you also switch off the video so that the internet will be much better. I switch off my video. So we have a table to show the parameters, and the parameters are there. So we have a case study with two parameters, x1 and x2. And you might have 1,000 parameters. You might have 3 parameters if you want to use this algorithm. So, but this is only just for sake of learning, using 2 parameters. This is the table. Say, for example, parameter 1, I have 50 values, 1 to 10, this column, parameter 1, parameter 2, number of sequences, another from 11 to 20, parameter 1, parameter 2 again, and then likewise the rest of them. Now, the case study, we are trying to do the fitness function x squared, fx x squared equals sigma x squared. So to try to get the variables, I have 3 B's, 3 agents. I initialized the population size with 3 B's, okay? And then each B has 2 dimensions because it takes 2 parameters. So the first B are multiplied by uppercase, upper bound, and R multiplied by lower bound. So here I am trying to get from the list 2 parameters and multiply them by upper bound and lower bound. And I get the value for 2 dimensions, minus 49. And you see, for the first B, I found the values in the first iteration, by the way. Now, for the second B, for the first B, I tried to use the fitness function to see how fit this agent. And I squared x1 and x2, the values, and I get 4, 6, 1, 10. Do the same process for the B2. Again, B2 I take from the table that I have. I just go back to show you the table. So I take value 2 and multiply it, okay? And multiply, okay? So then I'm trying to do the same thing for get the fitness for the second B, and do the get the values for the third B, which is same from the table. I take the values parameter 1, parameter 2, I multiply them by upper bound and lower bound, and I get the fitness. Now here I can conclude that I have the best fitness is 3188. 3188, that's the least I have among those three Bs. So B1, in first iteration, I have 4610, and the least one is the B3. That's the minimization, so I take this one in this case. Now, second iteration, I try to see I get disconnected often, so extremely sorry for this. Following the algorithm, I have fitness weight. I have the best, the global over the current, the first B, and I get the fitness weight. Based on that fitness weight, I try to, and based on the randomness of R, which is range between -1 and 1, I'll try to update the current agent, the first agent, 2 dimensions, 2 parameters, and I updated them in this way. You can see. So that's for the first agent. I'll do the same thing. When I updated, I found that the fitness for the first agent is still less than, bigger than the globe that I have. So it doesn't help me. It doesn't help me. So I'm trying to go to the second B and see how I can receive things, okay? And I found that the second B, again, fitness of the second B, the updated fitness is very higher than the one that we have, which is the third B. So likewise, I need to go to update the third B. Again, the third B, I have the globe is 3188, and I'm doing it on itself, the third B. The third B is the globe, and so the third B and the current B it's the third B. So I receive 1. So when I apply them to the equation, I get 0, which is kind of less than the globe that I have. So within one iteration, I of 3188 minimization to what? To 0, which is a good, a good job. And you can see in the second iteration, you see that your values are changed. Your values are changed completely. So you can see your values are changed. Now 3 is kind of 0. Therefore, this is just a learning case study. So feel free to see the algorithm and work with it. And you can use this for any application. In conclusion, I could say that number of agents, if it's increased, then you have more calculation in terms of time and cost and space. Also, it depends on the fitness weight. That was a good parameter. And this algorithm called fitness dependent optimizer. It has simpler mathematical complexity, no derivative, no anything, less time execution. The code in MATLAB and in Java were provided and we submitted to GitHub and MathWorks. Future work, you can tune the parameters, you can apply this algorithm on different real world optimization problem. You can update it to different ways of multi-objectives and multi-scale problems, or hybridize it. This algorithm was published in IEEE journal, multi-objectives fitness dependent optimizer, is in publication process with the neural computing and application journal. That's a well-established journal. And more references you can see and read it. I thank you so very much for listening and being there and joining this wonderful and splendid conference. I thank the organizers and thank everyone who participated and was behind this great effort. If you have any, if you're looking for any material, these are the link there, code, algorithms that you try to use. My email address also there. Thank you very much and really appreciate your listening, and I'm so delighted and enormously thankful and grateful to the organizers for inviting me to present this seminar or this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, sir.
If there's any question, I am around, and if there is not, you can always contact me if you have any questions later.
Sure, sir. Any questions from the respected audience? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate. Thank you.
Yes.
And good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome Professor Bibi Babu Sir from D, School of Engineering and Science, SRM University, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Bibi Babu Sir is educationist. Earlier, he was a Vice Chancellor of Graphic Era University, Dehradun, Galgotis University, Greater Noida, and Professor Vice Chancellor of DIT University, Dehradun. Prior to that, he was Director of IET and JK, Lakshmipat University, Jaipur. Before that, he was Professor of Chemical Engineering and held administrative position as Dean Student Welfare, Dean FDI, Dean EHD, etc. at Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani. Obtained PhD from IIT Mumbai on various international and national academics and administrative committees. 36 years as in 2021 of teaching, research, consultancy, and administrative experience, guided 10 PhD students, 36 ME dissertation students, and 38 thesis students, and around 200 project students. Currently guiding 2 PhD candidates, completed 7 research projects and 7 consultancy projects. PhD examiner for 19 candidates, published 230 research paper, 10 books and several chapters in books, and reviews 6 books. Editorial board member of 6 international journals and refer for 75 international journals, specialist in evolutionary computation, biomass gasification, environmental engineering, biofiltration, modeling and simulation, optimization, multi-phase reactor, transport phenomena, expert system, computer aid design, process control, energy integration analysis. I heartily welcome you, sir, for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of ICERI 2022 for giving me this opportunity to speak about some of the work I have done in the field of evolutionary computing. Shall I share my speech, my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll be talking on evolutionary computing for single and multi-objective optimization. Just now, my previous speaker, Professor Ahmed, has spoken on particle swarm optimization, but I'll be speaking on differential evolution and some of the improvised versions which we have come across for both single and multi-objective optimization. So I'm working as a Dean of School of Engineering and Sciences at SRM University, AP. Way forward, I'll give a brief introduction about the topic, and I'll explain the limitations of traditional optimization techniques. I'll give a brief amount of background on bio-inspired evolutionary computation and various evolutionary algorithms. Genetic algorithms, I'll say briefly, then how it is different from genetic algorithms, the differential evolution, and in what way that can be modified and applied to various single and multi-objective optimization problems. Some of the applications which we have done, I'll share with you. And finally, I'll conclude. See, if you have an optimization problem using the traditional methods, you start with some initial guess and use the gradient information. The magnitude of the gradient would tell you in what should be the step size with which you have to move towards the optimum, and the sign of the gradient will tell you in which direction you have to move. For example, if a function that is to be optimized is a highly nonlinear, something like this, which has been shown in this picture, and you start with an initial guess somewhere here, using the gradient information, maybe you may end up coming and finding out this as the optimum, or it's also possible that you may come and say that this is the optimum. But in both the cases, as you can visualize, the global optimum is somewhere here, but you get trapped either here or here. That means you will never ever be able to reach from here to here unless and until the initial guess is somewhere here. And we do not know because initial guess is randomly chosen. And hence, it is very difficult to say that whatever you have achieved as an optimum point, using the traditional gradient-based optimization techniques, there is absolutely no guarantee that what you obtained is a global optimum or a local optimum. So this is the major drawback of many of the traditional optimization techniques. So what are the limitations? It starts with a single point, as I mentioned. It uses the fixed transition rule. It may get trapped at local optima, as I shown, and not suitable for multimodal problems, and to be used again and again to obtain multiple optima, causing extra computational effort. And it's not robust. And hence, you have to look for some alternative technologies, alternative techniques. And then people have come across this evolutionary based computation techniques. For example, how the artificial neural networks, which we use in various fields, starting from, the process control, then process optimization, fault diagnosis, pattern recognition, modeling, so on and so forth. In various fields, these artificial neural networks are being used. So we always look inward for the unknown situations we face outwardly. And the artificial neural networks, they mimic the neuron structure of human brain. The way the brain works, the way the neurons are connected within the brain has been taken as a clue to develop this vast field called artificial neural networks. So it mimics the neuron structure of human brain, how we learn and how we test how much we learned. And nature is a great source of inspiration. For example, this is A. How we learned this as A? In the childhood, you are given a black slate and a chalk, and they are asked to write again and again like this, this line, and this line like this. If it is joined, it is called A. And your brain has captured that when three lines, straight lines are joined in this fashion, it is called A. That means your brain is trained by writing on the black slate with a white chalk again and again, that when the three lines are joined like this, it should be called A. And after learning that, after the training, suppose if somebody shows this to you, you immediately say that it is A. So this is how the brain and the neuron structure within the brain has trained, and then it has learned that it is called A. So similarly, just like the artificial neural networks, which can be used for various applications which I mentioned, people also came out with bio-inspired evolutionary optimization techniques. Evolution of biological life in nature, how it is evolved. And the steps involved in this is, you have to generate and evaluate an initial collection of candidate solutions S. That means in a given space, instead of starting with one point, you start with a population of points. And second step is the operate. Produce and evaluate a collection of potential candidate solutions S dash by operating on selected members of S. So after selecting the initial guess, you have to do some operation on that. That is applying some of the genetic equivalents like mutation, crossover, and then generate a new set of solutions, and then replace the old ones with the new ones. And that process continues generation after generation. So if you want to have a pseudocode for this is the procedure. T equal to 0, initialize the population, evaluate the functional values of all the PT until everything is done. Then add one step, first generation. You select the parent selection, chromosomes, then apply the crossover. So if you have two chromosomes, parents chromosomes, crossover means the tail of one chromosome will be added to other and vice versa. They are swapped. That's called crossover. And then mutate. Mutate means the chromosome is twisted. The tail part of it is twisted. The mutation is applied. The mathematical equivalence of crossover and mutation is applied. And then you evaluate the function again and see whether it is surviving or not. That means whether it is better functional value than the previous one or not. If it is better, then move to the next generation. So like this, you continue it again and again for all the population points, generation after generation, till all the population points converge nicely to a single point, and that is the global optimum. And what are the various bio-inspired population-based evolutionary search algorithms? There are meta-heuristic optimization, evolutionary techniques, genetic algorithms, evolutionary programming, evolution strategies, genetic programming, eagle strategy, learning classifier systems, etc. And then there is a swarm intelligence, the one which was my previous speaker was talking about, the particle swarm optimization, ant colony optimization, bees algorithm, cuckoo search, so on and so forth. And there are some self-organization algorithms which are called self-organizing migrating algorithms, SOMA, self-organization maps, growing neural gas, competitive learning, and then of course the differential evolution, which is an improved version of genetic algorithms, and artificial life, digital organism, and then cultural algorithms, firefly algorithm, harmony search algorithm, even the music, the way we bring in harmony by picking up a specific notes, is also has been taken as one of the clues to mimic the nature and find out the optimal solution. Artificial immune systems, learnable evolution model, so on and so forth. And what are those various evolutionary algorithms? Genetic algorithms way back in 1975, artificial immune systems 1976, geometric programming 1980, simulated annealing 1983, ant colony optimization 1992, taboo search 1995, scatter search 1995, differential evolution 1995, particle swarm optimization, memetic algorithms, self-organizing migrating algorithms, harmony search algorithms, biogeography based optimization, bacterial foraging optimization, and so on and so forth. Even Eagle strategy also has been come up in the year 2000 this thing. And what I'll be doing is I'll be focusing briefly on genetic algorithm and then move on to the differential evolution, which is the improved version of genetic algorithms. What is a genetic algorithm? It is based on the mechanics of natural genetics and natural selection. It mimics the survival of the fittest principle of nature to make a search process. And simple GA uses the binary coding, ones and zeros. The real codes have to be converted into binary code. And then on the binary code, we'll apply the mathematical equivalence of the reproduction, crossover, and mutation to get the new population. Of course, the real coded GA also is available. And the comparison between GA and traditional techniques. In GA, the coding discretizes the search space, even if the function is continuous. Even discontinuous functions can be optimized using GA, which we cannot do using the gradient-based optimization techniques of traditional approach. As differentiation is to be carried out in the traditional methods, they may fail for discrete functions. And GAs work with a population of points as against a single point in traditional techniques. Using GAs, multiple optimal solutions are obtained, whereas single optimum is obtained using traditional techniques. And that also we are not sure that what you got is the global or not. For implementing GAs, no auxiliary information about the function is required. GAs are probabilistic, they're stochastic, while most traditional techniques are deterministic. And there are a few key parameters for GA to be implemented. One is NP, that is population size, which is generally taken as 5 to 10 times of the dimension of the problem. If you have a function, which is a function of, let us say, 3 variables, x1, x2, x3, then the initial population size should be anywhere between 15 to 30. And the crossover probability, the value of which is between 0 and 1. That means what is the number of pairs of chromosomes have to undergo the crossover. For that, actually, initially you have to specify a value between 0 and 1. If that is not going to converge into the global, then you may have to change that value. And PM is the mutation probability between 0 and 0.1. Usually we take a value of 0.05 to start with. Obviously, as you can see, the probability of getting the mutation of the chromosomes is very, very less. CGA, the percentage of combinations converging to global optima out of PM and PC combinations considered. And Gmin, that is the minimum number of generations required to converge to the global optima. And finally, the measure of speed in achieving the global optima. NFE is the number of function evaluations, or CPU time, the time taken by the processor, can be taken as the measure to find out what is the speed of the algorithm, just for comparison purposes. That is about GA. And what is the differential evolution? Differential evolution is an improved version of genetic algorithms. It is exceptionally simple evolution strategy, and it is significantly faster and robust at numerical optimization, and more likely to find a function's true global optimum. Uses real coding of floating point numbers, no binary coding in this differential evolution. And it can be used for optimizing functions with real variables and having many local optima. How do you compare with GA, this difference revolution? GAs are applicable to maximization problems, and to apply for minimization problems, the function need to be transformed. That means you have to find out a fitness function by taking 1 upon 1 plus f. Because if, let us say, you have a function, which has to be minimized, then the minimization function value is 0, then you will not be able to really find out the maximization by simply transforming it. And hence, you have to really find out a fitness function. Whereas in DE, the vector's suitability is called its cost or profit, depending upon whether the problem is a minimization or a maximization. So there is no need to transform the function depending upon whether it is a maximization or minimization, as you do in GA, whereas in DE, that is not required. In simple GA, only integers are used and the coding is done in binary format. Whereas in difference revolution, no coding is required. That is, converting into ones and zeros is not required, and floating point numbers are directly used. If GAs are to be made to handle negative integers, then the coding becomes complicated since a separate sign bit has to be used. In DE, this problem does not arise at all. XOR versus add, XOR versus add. In GAs, when mutation is performed, bits are flipped at random. Ones are converted into zeros and zeros are converted into ones with some mutation probability. This is essentially an XOR operation. Whereas in DE, direct addition is used. For example, in GA, let us say a value of real coded number 16 is 10000, and let us say the optimum is 15. That means it has to be 0, 1, 1, 1, 1. That means in order to get from 16 to 15 using GA, you see the extent of mutation that is required. 100% mutation is to be required. Ones are to be converted into zeros and zeros are to be converted into ones. Whereas that may not be possible because the mutation, as I mentioned, we take as very less value, 0.05. That means only the 5% of the total population points undergo the mutation, which means even if you reach 16, it is unlikely that you will reach 15 using GA because the extent of mutation that is required is huge, 100%, which does not happen. Whereas in DA, it is a simple addition. If you reach 16, add -1 to it, you'll get 15. So this is what is ensuring the DA to be a faster optimization technique compared to GA. And there are key parameters, just like GA has the key parameters. DE also has key parameters. NP, population size, same as GA, where it is 5 to 10 times of the dimension. And CR, the crossover constant, anywhere between 0 and 1. F, the scaling factor, weight applied to random differential between 0 to 1.2. Usually, it is taken between 0.4 to 1.0. And CDE, same as GE, the percentage of combinations converging to global optima out of CR and F combinations considered. Gmin, minimum number of generations required to converge to the global optimum. And measure of speed, either NFE or CPU time can be used. And this is the flow chart. You start with the initial population points as shown here, and then pick up randomly 2 population points out of that, and then do the mutation using the scaling factor, then do the crossover and create a trial vector using the probability, then compare this trial vector with your parent population. Whichever is better, that will go to the next generation. So this you have to do for all the population points one by one. As you can see in GA, after crossover and mutation is applied, whatever point you get, that is directly goes to the next generation. Whereas in DA, unless and until the trial vector that is created after mutation and crossover is better than the parent vector, it will not go to the next generation. That means even the child is competing with the parent. If the child is better than parent, the child will go to the new generation, not the parent. So this is the beauty and simplicity of DE flowchart. This is what I have explained using some numerical values. This we can skip due to paucity of the time. And there are various strategies of differential evolution. DE best 1 exponential, DE rand 1 exponential, DE rand to best 1 exponential, DE best 2 exponential, DE rand 2 exponential. I'll explain what exactly each of these terms, before and after oblique means. 6th one, 7th one, 8th one, 9th one, and 10th one. So these are the 10 different strategies that are available in the literature. So the general convention is DE oblique X oblique Y oblique Z. DE stands for difference revolution. X represents a string denoting the vector to be perturbed. Which vector is to be perturbed? Y is the number of difference vectors considered for perturbation of X. So how many difference vectors you have to consider? Is it 2 or is it 4? And take the two differences. Z stands for type of crossover being used. Is it exponential or binomial? Okay. And by applying this, I worked on a Rosenbach function, 100 into x2 minus x1 square whole square plus 1 minus x1 square. The following sequence of pictures shows the evolution of both the vector population and the corresponding difference vector distribution when minimizing the two-dimensional function. It's a two-dimensional problem. This function is a well-known Rosenbach's saddle, which has been used extensively as a test example in the optimization literature. And reference is one of the books which I have written along with Godfrey CO, New Optimization Techniques in Engineering, published by Springer in 2004. So in the generation 1, this is how the population looks. The entire search space, so many population points are generated. This is the functional space. At generation 6, you see how the initial scattered population points have been come closer in generation 6. At generation 12, they still came forward. Generation 18, still they're coming forward. Generation 24, they're coming closer. 30, they came pretty close. 36, still closer. 42, very close. 48, almost close to a point. And 54, it's a single point. 60, it is just 1 point. You see how nicely the population points scattered in the entire search space converged to a single point here. By generation 60, we have reached the optimum. And we also have worked out various improvements on difference revolution. For single objective optimization, we have come up with a modified difference revolution. We also have hybridized it with a gradient method, but a traditional method. One is for the global search. We have used DE. For local search, for each point, around that point, we have used some of the traditional techniques, gradient-based techniques, like sequential simplex and other things, and we have hybridized it. There also we found some improvements. In the modified difference revolution, instead of having 2 arrays maintained, one for the initial population, second one on the new generation, we have used only 1 array. In that array itself, whatever transformations we are making after applying the mutation and crossover, it has been replaced in the single array itself, so that we've saved the memory space. Then the third one is the trigonometric differential equation for mutation. And for the multi-objective optimization, we have used multi-objective difference revolution and its variants of mode 1, mode 2, and mode 3. NSDE, the non-dominated sorting difference revolution. MNSDE, modified NSDE. Trigonometric mode and elitist mode in the lines of NSDA. We have done all these improvements. We have developed the codes and algorithms, and we have applied to many problems. We also have done for the multi-objective optimization, the hybridization with traditional technique. So these are total of 9 improvements which we have used, and the applications, which we applied all these 9 algorithms include the estimation of heat transfer parameters in a trickle bed reactor using difference revolution, published in Computers and Chemical Engineering. And then optimal design of autothermal ammonia synthesis reactor, again published in Computers and Chemical Engineering. And multi-objective difference revolution for optimization of adiabatic styrene reactor, published in Chemical Engineering Science. Gas transmission network, published in Multidisciplinary Modeling in Materials and Structures. Modified difference revolution, published in Computers and Chemical Engineering. Process synthesis and design problems, published in Chemical Engineering Science. Multi-object optimization, published in International Journal of Mathematical Sciences. Performance of MDE for optimal design of complex and nonlinear chemical processes, published in Journal of Experimental and Theoretical Artificial Intelligence. Improved differential evolution for single and multi-object optimization, published in Advances in Computational Optimization and its Applications. Polyethylene terephthalate reactor, published in Materials and Manufacturing Processes. Chemical process systems, published in Computing, Soft Computing and Artificial Intelligence, Data and Web Mining of Engineering Letters. And Shell and Tube Heat Exchanger, published in Chemical Engineering Science. Reactive distillation, published in Asia Pacific Journal of Chemical Engineering. Multi-objective optimization, parametric study in benchmark test problems, published in Journal on Future Technology and Engineering. Pyrolysis of biomass, published in Materials and Manufacturing Processes. PTA oxidation, published in MMP. Adiabatic styrene reactor, published in Industrial and Engineering Chemistry Research. Industrial styrene reactor, published in Chemical Engineering Science. PET reactor, published in International Journal of Bioinspired Computation. Reactive extraction, published in Journal of Chemical and Engineering Data. Industrial processes, elitist mode, materials and manufacturing processes. Again, reactive extraction in chemical engineering process intensification. This is again MMP. This is in computer methods in material science, industrial polymeric materials. And then also the multi-objective optimization, various strategies of differential evolution, published in Advances in Intelligent and Soft Computing. Fed batch fermentation process, computers and chemical engineering. These are some of the papers published by other authors for various applications. Multi-sensor fusion, which was published in IEEE transactions. And identification of hysteretic systems, Journal of Sound and Vibration. And dynamic optimization of a continuous polymer reactor, published in INDC. Chemical vapor deposition, published in Canadian Journal of Chemical Engineering. Fast optimization, Dr. Dobbs Journal. Ethanol fermentation, INDC. And these are some of the books which are available on this evolutionary computing. One of them was the most recent one is the 2016, which I, along with my PhD student Gujarati, we have published, a book through Apple Academic Press, New Jersey, USA. Earlier, we published New Optimization Techniques in Engineering with Godfrey CO, published by Springer, Germany. And also Process Plan Simulation, where I covered a couple of chapters on these techniques, published by Oxford University Press. And Kalyanmay Deb has published a book on multi-objective optimization using evolutionary algorithms in 2001, John Wiley. And David Kohn and his co-authors published New Ideas in Optimization in 1999. And that brings me to the conclusions of my talk. Nature-inspired evolutionary approach for optimization ensures multiple near global solutions. And these evolutionary computation techniques are basically population-based search algorithms, and parallel computations are performed. They are based on principles of nature. They mimic survival of the fittest principle of nature. And limitations of traditional optimization techniques are very well taken care by this approach. And we have successfully applied to many single and multi-objective problems of highly nonlinear and complex benchmark test problems and industrial processes. And finally, I would like to acknowledge all my students, KK Sastry, who is in USA now, working for Intel, S.A. Munawar, he's an associate professor at IIT Delhi, Syed Mubin, who is working in University of California, Santa Barbara, USA, Muzaffar Khan, working for Lummus Technology, USA, Karthik, he is in Finland, Ashish Chaurasia, he is associate professor at VNIT Nagpur, Rakesh Angira, he is an associate professor in Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, New Delhi, Ashish M. Gujarati, working in Muscat, Oman, Pratik Sheth, who is recently, I think, promoted as associate professor at BITS Pilani, Sushil Kumar, he is also associate professor at MNIT Allahabad, Pallavi, who is working for Polaris Software Limited, Mumbai, and Dipalay Datta, who is assistant professor at Thapar University, Patiala, and some thoughts. Everything in this world has limitations at physical level. Science and technology have greatest of the limitations. We always try to explain everything within the framework of cause and effect theory using time and space dimensions, time and space as dimensions. But absolute truth is beyond all the dimensions and frameworks. In fact, there are innumerable dimensions and infinite frameworks with which we have to deal with to find out the absolute truth. But the science and technology only uses, the cause and effect theory as the framework, using time and space as the dimensions. And hence, whatever we come up with, whatever new algorithm we come up with, it is going to have some limitations, and we keep on working and improvising and come up with better algorithms by following the nature. And of course, this optimization also is no exception to that. And with this, I once again thank each one of you for your patient hearing. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you. I have completed.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Any questions from the respected audience?
I have a question, please.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Babu, for your heroic presentation. I really salute and congratulate you for the work that you've done, and thank you very much for your team. I'm blown away and impressed by your ability and your work. How we can think of optimization in next 50 years? Do you think that we'll try to overtake, or it'll be the lead in computer science or computer engineering, or how would you advise students in terms of job opportunity, academic marketplace, how we can see optimization in 50 years? Sorry for that.
Yeah, very good question. In fact, it's a very close to my heart also. In fact, I always believed, as I mentioned in my last slide through my thoughts, we will always be limited, as long as we use a limited framework and limited, dimensions. But if you look at the way this body works, created by the greatest of the engineer and greatest of the scientists, called, some people call God, some people call energy, some people call consciousness, name doesn't matter. But this is the one which is available to us. How beautifully this is working. Have we understood this completely? We have not yet understood it. For that to happen, we may have to take the spiritual path. People generally say the spirituality is totally different thing, but I, for one, always believed that spirituality is part and parcel, of life. We are focusing so much in understanding outside. How much time we are spending in understanding within? And all the answers are there within. Whatever is happening outside, that is happening within. There is a computer science, electronics engineering, mechanical engineering, the food we eat, chemistry, chemical engineering, you name a thing. There is nothing which is not happening outside that is not happening within. If you understand this, that means the biology has to be made a compulsory course in each and every program of study at various levels, so that people will try to understand what is happening within and then find out answers for that. So to answer your question, I think it is the mimicking the biology and understanding the biology which will bring in maybe many more new techniques, even with reference to optimization. So the biology is the key. Thank you very much. Have I answered your question, Professor Tariq?
You did, but my point is, are you optimistic that our students or our scholars or researchers in the future if they take this direction, they'll find a job, say for example, continentally, not only in India or in Middle East or in US, in Australia. So you think that, you advise them positively to work with the optimization?
Certainly, because for everything, optimization is the key. We have to find out an optimal solution always, and this evolutionary computation, the advantage is we get not single global optima, but many near global solutions, out of which you can pick up one which suits to your requirement, and hence I think there is no escape. All the students have to focus on optimization and find out new ways and methods and algorithms to find out better global optimal solutions. Sure, for sure. I strongly advise all the students to take up this route of optimization. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answer. I'm happy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other questions, please?
Thank you so much, sir. Any more questions from the respected audience? Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this conference, meeting people like Professor Tariq Rashid. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome all participants for the technical session. There will be a 10 minutes of break, and within 10 minutes, we'll be joining the session. I request all the participants to join the breakout rooms for the technical session.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Within 10 minutes, we'll be resuming the session.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Divya ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. I am Prateek. Well, approach of a two random number generation by Sushmita ma'am. I present our paper 11:30.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your presentation will be first. They told me about that.
Yes. Okay.
Some sort of emergency. They told me about that, and I'll be announcing your name first only.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Am I audible? So breakout rooms is created. Mr. Prasad Pathak, are you there? Hello.
I request all the participants to please join the breakout room. We are starting the session. I would like to welcome Pratik Agnihotri sir for presentation on a novel approach of true random number generation using tree-based interleaver. Pratik sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, yes, sir. So please start the presentation.
Yeah, wait, ma'am. 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Ma'am, screen is sharing.
Yeah. You started. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Basically, I am Mr. Pratik Agnihotri, the Savai International
Pratik, sir.
Conference. Yes.
Just a moment, please.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Yes, sure.
I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Jyoti Dige, ma'am. Heartily welcome you, ma'am, for the session chair.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Ma'am, can we start the presentation with your permission?
Ma'am, there is some confusion regarding this. The list which they have given to us is 1A, EC and EE, and we have told that the main window is for 1A. So I'm the session chair for 1A. In that, the paper is review on improved technique of direct torque control for IM using minimum voltage vector error. This is 1A. And
yes,
what you're calling is 1B.
Okay. Ma'am, this is a special request as sir need to go for the emergency ICU procedures. So only just for this one presentation will be starting, and afterwards we'll be resuming that only.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. Yes, Saurabh. Ma'am, our coordinator Saurabh would like to give you the introduction.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Over to Saurabh.
Yeah, good morning, one and all. Welcome you all to technical session 1A. Welcome Dr. Jyoti Dige, madam, session chair. She is currently heading Department of EXCC, BOS member of University of Mumbai, and PG PhD guide. Holds a doctoral degree in electronics and telecommunication engineering. Her specialization is photonics and optical communication. She has 33 years of blended experience of academia, research, and consultancy in India and abroad. University topper of PG. MU, board mentalist, best teacher. She has authored number of publications in national, international conferences and journals, along with investigation of funded projects from government bodies. She has completed UNO certification and is senior member of Optics Society of America. She has been invited speaker for many conferences, judge for Avishkar Mumbai University, and chaired many sessions for international and national conferences. Now I would like to invite first participant. The paper title is Review on Improved. The title for the first presentation, efficient approach for generation of two random image generation using a tree-based interleaver by Pratik Agnihotri. So the session, the presentation will be of 10 minutes. 8 minutes will be the presentation and 2 minutes for Q&A. I request the participants to keep the presentation, to do not stretch it, just give your work which is done by you and the conclusion. I would like the first participant to start the presentation. Thank you.
So welcome, Pratik.
Hello.
Just
Yes.
go ahead. Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. Divya ma'am and Jyoti ma'am. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Very good
Ma'am,
morning.
I am Mr. Pratik Agnihotri from Harpur Butler Technical University in Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering. And my topic is an efficient approach of generation of two random number generation using a tree-based interleaver. So first of all, agenda. Yeah, biography is that I am Pratik Agnihotri MTech in electronics and communication background and short history writing in electronics environment in VLSI technology, FPGA, artificial verification, Internet of Things, MATLAB simulation, HDLs, CSDLs, layout, chip designing, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, 5G technology, ortho frequency division multiplexing, MIMO technology, and my guide under the guidance of supervision of Dr. Preeti ma'am, under the basic from MNIT Allahabad, is several higher positions in academic careers. Just agenda of our presentation is introduction, study area, literature survey, problem statement of our topic, aims and objectives, proposed methods, simulation and implementation results, and conclusions and future scopes, and references and appendices. Abstract is that topic is random number generation is randomized techniques in modern day cryptography scenarios. Main aim use of the random number generation is scientific simulation, statistics, and cryptography. It is a key component of an encryption as well as a decryption process, as well as a process decryption and process variations in a process. Hello, and introduction is that a random number generation is a role in cryptography used in the various security protocols. Security is a whole system of efficiency and quantity of the random number generation. TRNG described in terms of security as well as it can produce unpredictable random number sequences. There are so many number of independent sequences and dependent sequences in so many types of IoT devices as well as a novel high-speed TRNG proposed FPGA novelty of the work. Basically, introduction that we use the TRNG using a tree-based interleaver. In that work, our one oscillator is sent to the C4 registers using the XOR gate. Other an XOR gate will be used to kept is 1 to 0, 0 to 1. The property of XOR gate is that output bit will be independent of its bit. Input bits are dependent. After the C4 register, the output is connected to the XOR based post processor will be designed. And finally, implementation of tree-based interleaving through multiplexer to just the select lines. It is the odd select lines or the even select lines for binary up-down counter to take output. And why is TRNG? TRNG is the basically device based upon the unpredictable physical phenomena called as the entropy source that is designed to generate non-deterministic data as well as the deterministic data, and is through seed and generation of seed as well as security cryptographic algorithm. Main aim of this topic is that random number generation is the generation of sequence of number of symbols can be predicted in random sequence. Basically, random number generation produces a sequence of number that appears random computational devices. Basically, in that. And in that work will be used there are two main approaches for construct two random number generation using digital circuit oscillator sampling methods and metastability method. So metastability. Basically, metastability is nothing but a metastability introduces FPGA. Basically, giving by the one stage to another random numbers can also be increased by BCH code characters as well as von Neumann code character XOR based decoder is easier as compared to the basic post processor processor using the XOR gate decoder technology. There are some literature papers will be referred that for the high flexible, lightweight, and high speed two random number generation on FPGA and true random number generation based on single and multi-stage beat frequency detections. And in the basic work is that XOR gates and numerous ring oscillators high speed output is achieved through multi-mixed oscillations XOR. And in this work, true random number generation is beat frequency detection to extract the several histogram as well as genetic algorithms NIST randomness test will be generated for different type of parameter: efficiency, entropy, power dissipation, power throughputs, calculation of various type of FFTs. Basically, the purpose of investigation is to participate in the productions of random number for logic devices in cryptography logic devices hardware. Conclusion. So for that, that demonstrate the evaluation board will be needed for that purpose. Hardware random number generations battle for model encryption FPGA suitable for the equipment of the conduct of several calculations. Xilinx Vertex, Xilinx Spartan 3E will be used for that TRNG concept. Basic purpose is for the key scheduling of this algorithm and using the proposed method power and energy consumption through calculated. Aim generation of tree-based interleaving will be used. And for the calibration, different type of calibration techniques like von Neumann character techniques, BCH code character techniques, and XOR function will be used for the evaluation of the entropy, area, power, and energy consumption TRNG using the base techniques. Here are the proposed method for 8-bit random number generation, post processor for randomness and tree-based internet, and finally output will be random. Will be achieved through random bits. Basically, interleaving process and pre-processor used in the purpose of XORing the gate, controlling maximum amount of randomness. Basically, these are the different other LUTs, and flip-flop will be used for carry chain, programmer delay line, and incremental probability. And they are the inter-based leaving. First interleaver and second interleaver is the odd sequence. Pi 1, 7, 9, 11 is the odd sequence of interleaving will be used our process for calculation. Overall proposed architecture for 3-stage and 5-stage ring oscillation will be achieved through XOR gate. These are the X0, X1, X2, X3. These are the schematic diagram of our proposed TRNG, and our proposed post processor of 6 XOR gates will be using the 3-stage ring oscillator, 5-stage ring oscillator, 4-bit CPO, shift registers, 4-bit 4x1 multiplexer, serial output data, and for preprocessor output data. And our schematic RTL schematic will be a 64 TRNG CPO simulation using the device in the test using the D flip-flop test bench simulations. But for under D flip free module will be either the clock clear signals will be used for that. Basically, these are the different types of the meta stability based noise sources will be generated. Source of different type of the input, source of randomness, and reference current generator circuit in through time multiplexers and external pins through will be used. Basically, this proposed TRNG will be basically used for the conventional inverter design technology. Inverter design technology, we proposed basically 1802 CMOS technology and NIST 80 statistical test for tablet for this for obtaining a different type of the aspect ratios of like as a meta stability block sampling frequency. Basically, will be used. So different types of the basically schematic diagram sampling clock will be used. Basically, in that for the voltage waveform of nodes, H1 will be calculated. This is the entropy extraction of jitter. So jitter will be calculated through as a process of meta stability condition. So jitter is a condition to different type of the Monte Carlo simulation to achieve the for the standard deviation calculation for basically schematic diagram through. These are the basically voltage waveform calculations of the thermal noise generation, transient response of the input circuit of meta stability condition after the jitter in presence of the jitter voltage waveform present at the thermal noise. And working principle of the diffusive memristor based random number generation will be used the computer circuit and circuit as well as a counter. As counter will be count the basically sequences. Experimental demonstration will be used the basically circuit built on the breadboard or diffusive memristor. Input voltage pulse of 1 kHz will be, and output will be bit flipping. Bit flipping is a 1 to 0, 0 to 1. 1 to 0, 0 to 1. It is the use for bit flipping circuit or at the counter outputs. This was got the memristor diffusive memristors to random number generations to plot different parameters: approximate entropy, block frequency, cumulative sums, FFTs, and frequency, linear complexity, longest non-overlapping templates, random exclusions, runs.
So your time is up.
Yeah, okay. Sir,
8 minutes are done for the
this is the article submission of behavioral simulation of model. And this is the simulation, a prototype, CMOS prototype of AIM-SPI circuit will be designed 0.25 micron nanometer technology, source of random stage. Maximum rate LB system will be approved for quad delay is the 2 to 200 megahertz. These are simulation results. And this is the basic comparison of previous works. Will be I designed, there are the so many types of the conclusions will be designed different types of the gate delay, instability, source of randomness, entropy, exclusions, gate delay, and PLL jitters, metastability conditions will be excluded. So basically, low cost power design ring oscillator based TRNG is designed and implemented the papers. In these papers, we have prepared and proposed TRNG will be used. Different type of the NIST and dihedral test will be indicated for our system. Will be randomness of the proposed TRNG will be very good and achieved through tetrahedral link oscillations. Will be using for that purpose. And a future scope is providing the feedback generation through wedding multipliers will be used for that. Through encryption process encryption to enhance the entropy, to enhance the power throughput, to enhance the efficiency, and post-processing genetic algorithm and vectorial algorithm will be used for decoding the through decoders in partially for enhancing our randomness of the system TRNG in cryptography, quantum cryptography systems. These are the basic differences. Li Juhang for the low cost power ring, oscillator based 2D number generation for encryption of smart cards. New method for the digital generator of post-processing random data for IEEE transactions. And these are the papers. They are the various good papers will be for write-ups and preparing our work will for lightweight BCH code character of TRNG with measurable dependence for security and communication networks. And these are the basically linear characters overcoming minimum distance limitation of TRNGs. They are the comparison of post-processor techniques of biased random number generation systems in Springer's analysis and design of tree-based interleaver and multi-user receiver in IDMA International Conference on Networks, basically, and TRNG based upon the coherent samplings, highly efficient root number generation and FPGA devices and phase log loops, and FPGA implementation of metastability based root number generations. There are the various good papers will be prepared through references and appendix. Thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear me, Pratik?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. My question to you is that, see, in your presentation, you mentioned that you're generating the random number generation, right? And then you're using BCH and then using XOR, series of XOR gates. And then you also mentioned that you're using this for cryptography. My question is, so when you're going for which high data rate transmission, and that too when all these big companies like IBM and all, when they have already stepped into the quantum key distribution, and how this your present research will be comparable with them, how you can cater to megabits, Mbps data transmission, Gbps data transmission, or for the in the 2 years, I mean, the few months down the line, or 1 or 2 couple of years down the line, we'll be stepping into 6G. So where the data will be, rate will be in terabits per second. So when you're using these electronic components, it is comparatively slower. How it is your algorithm or your hardware is so unique? Can you justify?
Yeah, 5G technology, they are the performance of NUMA and at full duplex and IoT applications devices. TRNG will be used for a better way in comparative to do the basically regarding the different type of NIST test suite will be basic algorithm will be used to realize our design process will be overall basically TRNG using the metastability XOR based processor will be used for interleaving. So it is the best for enhance the in cryptography algorithm for generation in multiple bits will be used for, so that randomness will be increasing for that in that system in 5G technology. So it is a better compared to the 2G to 5G technology in comparison in terms of the basically cryptography as well as for quantum cryptography, randomness source encryption and description process.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Ma'am, next participants, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other question, ma'am?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to invite Ashish Chandra Vasnik, sir, for paper presentation on review on improved techniques of direct torque control for IM using minimum voltage vector error. Pratik sir, please stop your screen sharing. It is still going on.
Yes, okay, ma'am. Go, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Ashish Chandra sir, are you present there?
Pratik is still sharing his screen. So,
Yeah. Ashish Chandra sir, are you present there? Am I audible to you?
it's not there, ma'am. Just skip to the next participant.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. I'd like to invite.
Ma'am,
Nayan.
close this presentation, right?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, DM, close presentation.
Yeah. Yes, Pratik sir. It is closed.
It is closed.
Thank you. I would like to invite Nayan Kotmere sir for presentation on a review on non-isolated DC-DC converter for electric vehicle application.
Induction motor का actual.
Hello. 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 Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Good afternoon, all. Myself.
So please start the presentation. It is your presentation is not visible.
Presentation is not visible. Madam, here I shared my screen.
But sir, we are unable to see your screen. Yeah, just do it again.
Is it visible now? Hello.
Yes. Yeah. Your screen is shared. You can put it on the slideshow and just start the presentation. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, all.
Thank you, ma'am.
My topic is a review on non-isolated DC-DC converters for electric vehicle applications. My topic presentation, it includes abstract introduction, classification of DC-DC converter, non-isolated DC-DC converter, buck DC-DC converter, boost DC-DC converter, buck boost DC-DC converter, and conclusion. My paper abstract is in transport, energy consumption by fuel takes place. Many vehicles are used for transportation, so it is required to reduce the greenhouse emission and fuel dependency. For this, there is need of electric vehicle because electric vehicle gives the less pollution, and because of this, it is used everywhere. So different DC-DC converters are available for charging the electric vehicle, and basically different non-isolated DC converters are used. So for this, I studied the different non-isolated DC converters from the available literature, and from the criteria of number of inductors, switches, output voltage ripple, literature has been studied by me. And it is concluded that a buck DC-DC converter is suitable for the electric vehicle. So this is the introduction of my topic. The petrol and diesel vehicles gives the toxic emissions, due to which there is long-term effects on public health. So in India, 75% of total vehicles are available for the transport. So from this, there is need to use the electric vehicle, because all these petrol and diesel vehicles, they give the pollution. So for reducing the pollution, there must be use of the electric vehicle. So for the charging the electric vehicles, battery chargers are used. So battery chargers plays important roles in the performance of electric vehicle. Charging time and battery life affects the characteristics of the battery charger. So there is need of infrastructure for charging the electric vehicles, and different types of levels are used for charging the electric vehicles. So for that, level 1, level 2, and level 3 chargers are used. So in public area, level 2 and level 2 or level 3 chargers are installed in parking lots, shopping centers, hotels, restaurants for charging the electric vehicle. Whatever the battery charger which is used for charging the electric vehicle, they must be efficient, reliable, with high power density, low cost, and low volume. The operation of the battery charger, it depends on the different components, control, and switching strategies. So for the charging of electric vehicle, there is use of the DC to DC converter. So DC-DC converter is used in electric vehicle for changing the one voltage level to another voltage level. A DC-DC converter, it is an electronic or electromechanical device. They use the DC-DC converter use the electronic conversion for its operation in switching mode. Switching mode uses magnetic field or electric field for storing the energy. When there is use of inductor or transformer, then this conversion uses the magnetic field, and when there is use of capacitor, this conversion uses the electric field. This type of DC-DC converter provides isolation between input and output of the transformer. Whenever there is use of the transformer in the DC-DC converter, that transformer is known as isolated DC-DC converter. And when there is no isolation is provided for the DC-DC converter, that DC-DC converter is non-isolated converter. Non-isolated converter has low stress on power diodes and switches. Hence, I here prefer the non-isolated converter for the literature view. In a non-isolated converter, there is use of inductor, capacitor, and because of the use of the inductor and capacitor, it gives the low conduction loss in non-isolated converter. So this is the classification of the DC-DC converter with isolated DC-DC converter and non-isolated DC-DC converter. Isolated DC-DC converter having the flyback, forward, push-pull, and half bridge and full bridge DC-DC converter. And the non-isolated DC converter having 3 types: buck boost DC-DC converter and buck boost DC-DC converter. So this is the buck converter. Buck converter having switch, diode, inductor, and capacitor with the load. Basically, buck converter reduces the voltage level when the input is given to the buck converter without changing the input voltage. So M. Gupta and his co-workers in the year 2014 designed a buck DC-DC converter. They developed a buck converter with switch, inductor, diode, capacitor, and load. They used the single pole double throw switch, and by variation of switch, they reported the voltage was not pure DC. They added the inductor in series with the load to reduce the output voltage ripple content, and they designed the buck converter with open loop controller. They apply the 12 volt, and the output voltage is 7 volt. This is the buck boost DC-DC converter. Buck boost DC-DC converter having the 2 switches with 2 diodes, inductor and capacitor. And whenever the input voltage is given to the buck boost DC-DC converter, they increase this buck boost DC converter increase or decrease the voltage level with negative polarity. Hebo Q and his co-workers designed a buck boost topology for fuel cell electric vehicles. They discussed the different non-isolated DC-DC converter topologies. For the DC to DC converter, they designed the buck boost DC-DC converter in cascaded mode. They compared the 4 topologies, and after comparing the 4 topologies, they reported that the buck boost converter topology, it requires smaller inductor size switch, and the losses occurs in the inductor is low. with with higher frequency. And the third type of converter is boost DC-DC converter. It consists of inductor, switch, power switch, diode, capacitor, and load. This boost DC converter increases the voltage level without changing the polarity of the input voltage. Kassan Hamsuk and his co-workers in the year 2017, they developed boost converter in the switch mode. They designed the boost converter in continuous and discontinuous mode. They selected diode, inductor, capacitor for the design of boost converter by selecting 3 inductors for the rating 2 kilowatt, 200 kilowatt, and 500 kilowatt. And they have done the simulation for the boost converter for the PV array. And the simulated inductor current, diode current, and IGBT current, it was observed. And it was concluded that with different inductors, it is suitable for charging the electric vehicle. This is the summary of review which I referred for the buck converter, buck boost converter, and boost converter. The number of inductors, active switches for the buck converter, it is 1. For the buck boost converter, number of inductors and active switches equal to number of switches, inductors for the buck boost, it is equal to 1, and for active switches, it is equal to 2. And for boost converter, number of inductors are equal to 1 and the number of switches equal to 2. The output voltage ripple for the buck and boost converter, it is less as compared to the buck boost converter. So for this, a thorough literature survey was carried out for different DC converters, and different topologies for the non-isolated DC converters are studied. Buck converter, boost converter, and buck boost converters are selected for the review, and comparison of 3 topologies was studied from the available literature. So output of buck converter, it is less than the input voltage, so it is best for the electric vehicle because of the low current space, better control over the battery parameters. And we'll see the conclusion for my paper. Electric vehicle development is one among the effective approaches in reducing the fuel consumption and greenhouse emissions and battery charging system. The most crucial part for it is its development, and the advancement in energy unit technologies is the planning of a reliable, efficient, and high power density. Charger has become an excellent challenge. Its operation absolutely depends on the elements, controls, and shift techniques. These are the references I referred for this. Thank you.
What is this? Yes, Nayan, Chavan.
Yes.
So the question for you is that, so you always mentioned throughout your presentation that it is a DC-DC converter. My first basic question is that, what is the name for DC to DC converter?
Name for the?
Yeah, generic name when you are going for DC to DC converter. We have inverters. So
DC to DC converter, it changes one voltage,
what
DC voltage.
What we call that particular device, DC to DC
Chopper.
converter?
Chopper.
What you call, but there's a specific name for DC to DC converter, right? Generally, what you call that? What is the generic name?
Chopper.
Yes, good. And next thing is that you said that your is it a review paper or is it a implementation?
Review paper.
It's a review paper. Fine. So what is the input value that is expected for an electric vehicle? Input value of the voltage that is required for electric vehicle.
48 volt.
Yeah. So is this particular the chopper or the DC to DC converter, even if you go for the step up buck DC to DC converter, that will cater to it? Is it sufficient?
Yes.
Did you, because you have not included any of such literature in your presentation, because how much is exactly required? for this step up, and it depends upon the terrain, right?
The 230 volt given to the rectifier, and rectifier it gives the 320 volt, 323 volt, and it is given to the buck converter, and buck converter step down that to the full rate voltage.
And what measures is expected for removing the ripples?
Removing the ripples, inductors,
How do you remove the ripples?
Capacitor will remove the ripple.
Which capacitors are preferred in this circuit, which you have shown?
Electrostatic capacitor.
Fine. Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. One.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, can we move to the next one?
Yes, yes, next one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to invite Sandeep Kadam sir for presentation on analysis of power system with distributed generation for allocation of hybrid type superconducting fault current limiter.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm audible?
Yeah, yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So my presentation topic is...
So please put it on the slideshow. It would be better.
Okay. My presentation topic is analysis of power system with distributed generation for allocation of hybrid type superconducting fault current limiter under the guidance of Dr. A. Mulla. First, if we consider power system, then there are different types of faults such as single line to ground fault, double line to ground fault, line to line fault, or three-phase fault. While installing DGs or distributed generation, this affects power system in terms of fault current or power flow. So, while studying the power system with DGs, we have to consider these parameters such as fault current, power flow, and mainly SFCLs or superconducting fault current limiters are used to limit fault current within a limit. Here we can use different type of superconducting fault current limiters such as resistive superconducting fault current limiters, inductive superconducting fault current limiters, and hybrid type superconducting fault current limiters. So, if we consider the different types of DGs, then this can be various capacities. In case of EMVs, we can see that here I have considered modified IEEE 30 bus system for my study or analysis. In that, hybrid SFCLs and DGs are placed at particular locations so that fault current and fault current values can be limited. So this is a model.
Your slides are not moving, Sandeep sir.
Hello?
Yes, Sandeep sir, your slides are not moving. It's still on the first slide.
Okay, ma'am. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Now screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Slides are moving.
Yeah, but put it on the slideshow, sir. It would be better to judge it, right?
Now it is visible. Slides are moving, ma'am.
Yes, slides are moving, but it is not on the slideshow. It would be easy for the session chair to see the methodology procedure because it's not seeing properly in this.
Okay, ma'am. Now it is visible, slideshow.
No.
Wait a minute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Your internet speed, just check.
Okay, ma'am.
Go to slideshow mode and click on the slideshow.
press F5.
Slideshow was.
F5 is director.
Oh, don't take out that.
Now it is visible.
It's visible, but not in the slideshow mode.
Sir, please click F5. Press F5 on the keyboard.
I have pressed.
F5 on the keyboard.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I have pressed. And now it is visible, ma'am.
No.
Wait a minute.
Or go to slideshow and start from current slide. So on the top, see view, review, slideshow is there. Click on that.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I
Yeah.
have pressed.
Then click on that. Then start from current slide.
Okay. Now it. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. It is visible, ma'am. Now.
It's not in the slideshow mode. Hannah? Oh, Saurabh? It's okay, fine. You carry on.
Okay, ma'am. So for analysis and study purpose, I have considered modified IEEE 30 bus system. This modified IEEE 30 bus system mainly contains 29 directional overcurrent relays and DGs, as well as I have considered hybrid superconducting for current limiters. These DGs and hybrid superconducting fault current limiters are placed at particular locations, such as at bus number, DGs are placed at bus number 23 and 26, as well as at bus number 21 and 20. And these hybrid superconducting fault current limiters are placed at bus number 21 and bus number 12.
Your slides are not moving.
Current slide is.
Now I can see. Yeah, fine.
Okay. So, if you consider methodology of this my work, first we have to calculate power flow and fault current. Then, with the help of placement of DGs and HFCL, we can consider various fault current and various other parameters such as fault current, power loss, power factor at particular values. Here, for placement of HFCL, we can consider various optimization methods such as adaptive gray wolf optimization. Now, if you consider a placement of DGs and HFCL, then this placement of DGs, for example, in case of, I have considered 3 cases. In first cases, 2 DGs are placed and 1 HFCL are placed at and HFCL is placed at location 1. Then in second case, 3 DGs are placed and 1 HFCL is placed and HFCL is placed at location L1. In case number 3, 4 DGs are placed and 2 SFCLs are placed, and these SFCL locations are placed at L1 and L2, as shown in figure. So, if you consider a result, in case of fault current, we have considered all the 3 cases, case 1, 2, and 3. So, with the help of HFCL, that is in blue color, the fault current is reduced as compared to other superconducting fault current limiters, such as resistive superconducting fault current limiter, inductive superconducting fault current limiter, and fault current limiter with particle sum optimization technique. As well as if you consider power loss, then in case of hybrid superconducting fault current limiter, the power loss is also reduces or minimized as compared to other fault current limiters. Power factor. Here, the power factor in all three cases are improved. In case number 1, case number 2, and case number 3 with the help of hybrid superconducting fault current limiter. And voltage deviation or voltage variation is also decreased or minimized with the help of hybrid superconducting fault current limiter as compared to other type of superconducting fault current limiters such as resistive inductive. So if you consider the hybrid superconducting fault current limiter, it gives best result as compared to resistive superconducting fault current limiter and inductive superconducting fault current limiter with the placement of DGs in power system. So here we can analyze different parameters such as fault current flow, power losses, then voltage deviation or voltage variation, and power factor. So these are some references I have considered. Hello.
Yeah. Sandeep Kadam, right?
Yes.
So my question to you is that, so what's the value of the fault current limiting value in your particular project? How much it can limit in terms of K?
Actually, fault current value is different for different types of fault.
Yes.
Here we can consider mainly three.
No, when you did the simulation or when you did the implementation, what's the value you got it?
Yes. In case of three-phase fault, I have got this
this is it is going up to 1250 and I would say 1350. Right?
Ampere, ma'am. 1150 ampere.
Amperes. So the currently available default current limiters in the market, what is their range? Have you just done the survey of that?
Yes, ma'am.
It is very much available in the market, right? So what's the value of that? How do you compare your project with that?
Yes, ma'am. I have studied.
It goes beyond 3.5, right?
Yes.
Then how do you justify your project?
In kiloamperes.
Yes.
2 to 3 kilo, minimum 2 to 3 kiloamperes are their range.
Now, currently available, I am saying it is going beyond 3.5, right? So
Yes,
yours is going up to maximum up to 1.5, I would say 1.5, or I would say that 2, not more than that. Then how will you justify that your project is better than the existing one?
If you consider resistive or inductive superconducting fault current limiters, they limit the fault current, but the
fault current limiters are already there, right? So
yes.
When you are proposing this new one, it has to supersede the existing one, right?
Yes.
It has
yes.
to stand out, but it is not, right? So why so? What was the concern? What is the limitation you encountered when you implemented this, and why?
While studying or analyzing this project, I have considered or I have studied various superconducting fault current limiters. As compared to inductive and resistive, hybrid superconducting fault current limiters gives better result. I also considered that.
And how much is the time limit you give?
Time limit, operation of the
Yes, that is very important. Limiting is one part,
Yes,
and
yes.
the duration is another part.
Within a millisecond, they can operate.
Yes, exactly how many milliseconds?
Within a 5 milliseconds, they can operate.
Or is it a vague answer, or did you get this answer because nowhere it is shown in your results? Fine.
Not shown, but I know, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, next.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Jiten Dandalia, sir, for presentation on a proctored interface for the conduction of online examination. Jiten, sir, am I audible to you? Jiten, sir, am I audible to you? Ma'am, can we move to the next one?
Ma'am.
I would like to invite Afolabi Rotmi, ma'am, for presentation on hybridization of KF and GA as a predictive algorithm for reduction of power consumption in a cloud computing data center.
Can you see my slide now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
So can you put it on the slideshow? Yeah.
Okay. My paper is topic is hybridization of gamma filter and genetic algorithm as a predictive algorithm for reduction of power consumption in cloud computing data center. And my supervisors are stated here. This is a presentation summary, right from the introduction to the references. A data center is a physical infrastructure that houses different servers and other equipment in telecommunication industries for the purpose of organizing, processing, storing, and disseminating large quantities of data. Virtually all companies in the world now depend on data center to operate. Our data demand has actually generated a growing concern in the power sector. There is a projection that by year 2030, the power consumption by data center will account for about 30% of the global electricity consumption, which is about 321 terawatt hour. And about 40% of this is actually being consumed by cooling as the energy needed to cool the servers and other equipment in data center. The bar chart shows the progression of how power consumption in data center has actually grown over years in EU, US, and globally. The objective of this is to ensure that the cooling demand is reduced by making sure that hybrid part of the equipment are idle and when they are not needed, only call into function when they are needed by the traffic demand. Some scholars had actually worked on how to reduce power consumption. Some had used temperature to predict the consumption of servers and other equipment in data center. There are other ones that have actually used swap hybrid optimization. Some have used free cooling to ensure that power reduction are done in data center. But most people have not actually engaged the issue of modularization of the modules and equipment in data center. The aim of this paper is to reduce the power consumption in cloud computing data center using KF with GA and power reduction technique through accurate power consumption prediction. And the scope of this is to investigate the cost of powering data center and how to lower the cost by selectively powering nodes in data center when they are needed. The limitation of this is that the module that are being considered are actually broken down in the simulations into different units. And also the result obtained is based on the data center that was considered for this research. And the significance of this study is to ensure that telecommunication commission of different countries can standardize which equipment can be deployed to their data center, and also to show that running equipment as a function of tracking demand will actually reduce energy cost. What was used was an operational data center, a power analyzer, thermometer to capture the temperature, the computer, and the simulation tool, a MATLAB was used. The data that were actually captured, temperature, current, traffic, airline, and over 8,000 data were gathered for year 2019 and 2020. As regards the methodology, Kalman filter is an existing method, but what was actually used are some parameter in the Kalman filter, the design matrices, the transition matrix, and the covariance matrices were actually optimized by Kalman filter. And what was done was that a set of matrices were generated to optimize the Kalman parameters. And the optimization was done by setting an objective function that to minimize the predicted power consumption based on historical data that were gathered. And also some performance matrices were used to compare when a Kalman filter is used alone as compared to when it's used with a genetic algorithm. And the parameters that were actually used was energy consumption. What was the energy consumption after this simulation? And also what was the power usage effectiveness after the simulation when the two are compared together. The equations are just showing the parameters of the Kalman filter that were actually optimized that I mentioned. That's the transition matrix, the residual covariance matrix, and the design matrix. The result obtained is as shown. The predicted value after this, the Kalman filter was optimized is in blue, where the actual consumption is in black. Yes, there is a little gap between the blue curve and the black curve because there will be some tolerance in case there is a spike in the consumption as the traffic rises suddenly. Same thing for weekdays. The weekdays were considered differently because it has been noticed that traffic demand for each day of the week is always replica, and that's why the traffic analysis was broken down to each day of the week. Same thing with Fridays. And for the result obtained, the power consumed when Kalman filter is actually optimized with genetic algorithm, about 349 kilowatt hour was consumed as compared to when Kalman filter alone was used. About 7% energy was saved. And in terms of power usage effectiveness, it is also proved that based on the result that it is the Kalman filter with GA gives a better result, meaning that most of the power being supplied is being used when compared with just the Kalman filter alone. Conclusion, Kalman filter outperformed the Kalman filter with genetic algorithm outperformed Kalman filter alone as a model. And also Kalman filter also is very useful when you want to run an online time with genetic algorithm. When you want to run the system online, this application can be applied as well. And the recommendation is that the Kalman filter using genetic algorithm can be applied to other power management models. Thank you. These are the references that were used for the research.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges?
So the question for you, Rotimi, is that,
Okay,
so
ma'am.
why did you use the prediction algorithm, that is genetic algorithm, for optimizing the Kalman-Filter parameters?
Okay, when the literature when during the literature review, I discovered that no scholar has actually mixed the two methods together. And it has been proven that Kalman filter alone is a good filtering system for power system and other applications that has been used. But using it with a genetic algorithm, which also optimizes most of other prediction methods, has not been done. So I try to use the two methods and compare to when Kalman filter is used alone.
Okay. So what are the optimization algorithm which are used for optimizing the KF parameters? Other than genetic algorithm?
During the course of my research, I did not get any. Kalman filter has always been used alone. In most of the scholars, I mean, the documents and other papers I've read.
Yeah. Okay, fine. So my this is just a query. Now that most of the data centers, they are using the optical fiber, right? And don't you think that the consumption will be less? That, of course, that is for transmission.
Regardless whether they are using fiber or not, they are terminated on the fiber link in the data center. If they are carrying traffic or if they are not carrying traffic, the equipment will still be on. And this in turn would need cooling until when traffic will be demanded. So regardless whether it's fiber or radio, consumption will still be needed in the switch.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The next one, ma'am. I'd like to invite Rohit Mane, sir, for presentation on fish farming using smart monitoring systems in Biofolk technology. Rohit, sir, are you present there? Rohit, sir, am I audible to you?
Switch to next.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to invite Shweta Ashtikar, ma'am, for presentation on prediction of physical and mental health disease using machine learning web application.
Ma'am, I'll be presenting.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yeah.
Just put it on the slideshow, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah. So I, Gauri Shetty, along with my teammates, Gautami Sane and Rachna Tiwari, under the guidance of our ma'am, Shweta Ashtekar ma'am, would like to present to you our topic, prediction of physical and mental health disease using machine learning. Next slide. Abstract. Our projects model will be helpful in healthcare industry, wherein healthcare experts can predict the chances of a respective physical or mental disease. This would basically save the time required for the initial process of diagnosis of the symptoms, as this project puts forward an automated disease prediction system which completely relies on user input. The physical diseases that would be predicted are diabetes, kidney, liver, breast cancer, and heart, and the mental diseases to be predicted are early stage Alzheimer's. Next slide. Web application flow. First, we'd be presenting the application for physical disease prediction, chatbot embedded on website, and application for Alzheimer's prediction. Next slide.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Rachna Tiwari. So let's understand the basic flowchart of our system. Initially, we'll be collecting data sets. We'll be importing that data sets to our model. But before importing, we'll be doing its pre-processing. And then we'll apply the suitable machine learning algorithm, after which we'll go for deployment. Next slide. So the very first is system design. The very first step is collection and pre-processing of data. We have collected data from Kaggle, and once we have collected the data, it is in very raw format. We need to pre-process it and we need to clean it to make it so accurate that we can import it to our model. So after the system, we'll apply a suitable machine learning algorithm to it. Here we have used a classifier, and after that we'll train and test our model. So our basic train score is 0.8 and our basic test score is 0.2. Next. Model selection, we have used here supervised learning, wherein the data sets are with labels. And we have used your classifier. The algorithms which we have used are random forest, linear SVM, and logistic regression. We will learn about it in further slides. Next. A pre-deployment stage, wherein we first make our code file, which is purely in Python. Now we have made our Python file. We can't use it in other system directly. We need to pickle it down and convert it into binary formats. So pickling here is very important. The library which we have used here is joblib. Joblib here is efficient because it is able to store large number of arrays, values, and it compresses the data. Then we have the web framework which I've used is Flask. Flask because again, it is simple in architecture and it is very flexible. Next. Next slide.
Just a second. I think there's some issue with the
Okay, so here comes our deployment stage, wherein we first create our requirement.txt file, which basically tells our hosting server which all libraries we need to install on the server. Then proc file is basically to tell our hosting server which file needs to be executed first. The hosting server which we have used here is Heroku because it is developer friendly, that is, it manages traffic very well. And again, it is easy to use. Further on, it will be carried out by Gautami. Thank you.
So I'll be talking about the data sets. The data sets for physical diseases, namely cancer, breast cancer, diabetes, heart failure, kidney failure, and liver failure, are imported from Kaggle in the CSV formats. We could find records up to 2,000 records that were taken into consideration. One instance of the diabetes data sets that we have taken is parameters such as blood pressure, insulin, BMI, age. These parameters are taken into consideration. Second instance of the data set is of breast cancer patients. So the parameters that we took into consideration were mean radius, texture mean, smoothness mean, to determine if the cancer is malignant or benign. Again, as Rachna said, the system will read and pre-process the data using pandas package in Python. And further, we will divide the data into two parts, training data and testing data, where 80% of the data will be used for training and 20% for testing. So the algorithm design, the algorithm that we have taken for each of the 5 individual disease prediction is random forest. Since our problem definition is a binary classification problem, which means that we have to determine whether a person has a particular disease or not. Hence, we have taken this particular algorithm into consideration. So why this particular? Because on performing the exploratory data analysis, that is EDA, the random forest gave us an accuracy of 79.9 if we take it as percentage as compared to other algorithms. That is support vector machine and decision tree classifier that gave comparatively lesser accuracy as compared to RF. So this is a snippet of the random forest that that is shown here. And talking about the interface and flask app design, this is the design that we have and the UI. Here we have the parameters that we have to input manually, and upon predicting, we get a message that no need to fear, you have no dangerous symptoms of the disease. This is for diabetes, and this is for breast cancer prediction. And the parameters are given on the right. This was one instance that I took for diabetes. Similarly, we have deployed for other disease as well with varying accuracy percentages. Now talking about, this is the second part of our same project, which is the dialogue flow chatbot. Now, our main aim of this project was to make an end-to-end web application, which not only consists of physical disease prediction, not only of mental health, but also a dialogue flow, chatbot that can be embedded and it can talk to the patients that are struggling with mental health, and they can provide, and the chatbot can provide them with suggestions or responses that can make them feel better. Now, before jumping onto that, I'll just talk about intents and entities that we have defined in this dialogue flow chatbot. These are the intents that we have defined. Now, these intents can be expanded a lot further, but since it is a rule-based chatbot, we have taken 10 into consideration. First intent is talking about the mood of the patient. The conversation agent asks about the mood of the patient. Then it asks about the appetite of the patient or the user, then about the sleep cycle. And more I'll explain in the decision tree of the chatbot. These are the intents and these are the entities that are defined. Now, the decision tree of the chatbot is this, where the conversation will start with the chatbot asking the user for pleasantries. If the user is feeling okay or happy, the conversation will be ended. And if the user is feeling sad or depressed or have some sort of anxiety, then the chat will continue further. Now, first the chatbot will ask the user about any weight loss or gain. If the user has any symptoms of this, the chatbot will provide relevant responses in regard to that or some suggestions that can help the user in that particular problem. Then again, we have, if the chatbot will ask about if the user is experiencing any sleep disorder or any sleep less or more if the user has. Now this is...
Your presentation time is up.
Oh, I'll just wrap it up.
Yeah.
So this is about the interface. Now, I'll just quickly wrap up the mental health prediction, that is the Alzheimer's, with the help of the system design. Now, Alzheimer's we have predicted using this particular algorithm. Here we have used the ensemble model. We have not only used one particular classifier. We have taken 4 classifiers, and then according to their predictive accuracy, we came up to 2. So as you can see, this is the algorithm that we have used, but the training and testing we have set here is 0.9 and 0.1 as compared to the earlier physical that we have taken. It was just 0.8 and 0.2. So the main idea of ensemble learning is to combine the weak learning classifiers and generate a strong classifier. Now this system design will be explained by Gauri.
Yeah. So for Alzheimer's, the classification model is built using the mild cognitive impairment dataset, that is the MCI dataset. Here, the combination of 3 biomarkers is taken into account, namely cystatin C, MMP10, and tau protein. Further on, the feature reduction is applied in order to select an optimal subset of the attributes in the original dataset. The processed data is then passed on to perform the recursive feature elimination method in order to select the best performing classifier amongst the ones considered, which were logistic regression, random forest, linear SVM, and decision tree. And the results, this results into a pruned data set of 3 features, cystatin C, tau protein, and MMP10, and the best performing classifiers were SMV, SVM, and LR. Next slide, please. Also, we have several methods to generate ensemble of models, which are stacking, bagging, boosting, voting, averaging, etc. But here, as we have a smaller data set and we need an ensemble of strong learners, the methods, we minimize the methods into voting and averaging.
Yeah,
Further on,
just a minute. You're already exceeded your 8 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am.
So,
Just I'll
yeah.
wrap up. Next slide, please. So this is the interface. Next slide. Yeah, so we'll get the chances of the disease. Next slide. We'll just conclude. Thank you.
Also, I'll just like to add to the last slide is that the linear SVM with RFE method, we got the accuracy of 93.79 if we take it as percentage. But with the help of weighted average, that is the ensemble model, our accuracy increased to 95.52. That is the reason we chose the ensemble model approach. Thank you.
So my first question is, so when you're gone for Alzheimer, and what are the training data sets? Show me the data training set.
Yeah.
What are the parameters that you use for training?
Yes. Just a second. I'll just share my screen. Is it still visible?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll just show the code that.
Yeah, Panda you use, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 16 MMP class. How did you choose this value?
We initially had around 6 parameters. With the help of feature reduction, we brought down to these 3 prominent parameters.
Okay.
Because we had more than, I guess, 7 to 8 parameters. But
what are they? I just want to know that.
I do have the.
What are those parameters which actually gives the information?
These are the prominent ones. These ones are the one that actually gives us the information.
Okay.
The other, there are more 5, but they were less prominent than these 3. Since we referred around 2 papers for that, and both of them specified these 3 to be the prominent ones.
But in the medical field, the protein level detection is also very important for Alzheimer, right? So how did you account for this?
Yes, ma'am. The limitation here was the data sets, since we could quickly find the data sets for physical prediction.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So what is the limitation of your algorithm? So what your model, ML model?
The limitation for physical diseases was nil, because a lot of research and data set has already been provided on the internet for that. But when it came to Alzheimer, the data sets were very much limited. There was, we also tried to approach actual hospitals for the data sets, but since it was more confidential, we could not get the entire data set list. So this was from UCI machine learning repository, that the data we got.
So all your data are secondary data, right? Not the primary one.
Yeah, secondary.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, should I stop sharing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, can we move to the next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Ayushi Jain, ma'am, for presentation on deep learning based skin tumor detection. Ayushi, ma'am, am I audible to you? Are you present there?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Very good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Attention. Hello, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I join means next one? Actually, it is showing unsupported document type. I don't know why, so I'll recheck
Okay.
it.
Okay, ma'am. Just take your time.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I'd like to invite Shreyanath S. ma'am for presentation on multi-sensor data fusion based parallel manipulator with IoT monitoring employing machine learning.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Thank you. So this is my undergraduate thesis. So I'm Shreyan. So I'm currently doing my master's in data science and engineering. So my project was multi-sensor data fusion based parallel manipulator using IoT monitoring employing machine learning. So I've used 5 major domains for this project. So those are embedded systems, AI, ML, IoT, and image processing. And so I'll be discussing on the contents of objective, abstract, introduction, and the diagram and the results that I've generated, apart from the research work that I've done on this project to know about the details. So the objective of this project is to design a parallel manipulation using multiple sensors and data integration to provide accuracy for employing the robotic sensors and the movement of the manipulations which could be used for the real-time uses wherein like to perform any of the robotic controllable applications. So So the abstract of this project is I built a simple robotic manipulator which employs the embedded systems and a set of sensors and through which the data has been collected, and the data which has been collected is being pre-processed and using various algorithms. I've designed a modeling method which provides the accurate descriptive analysis to the robot to perform the actions, and the data which is generated from the robot is being stored as a form of the IoT platform and could be reprocessed again. So I chose this multi-sensor is because it is a synergistic combination of data from multiple sensors to provide more reliable and accurate information. And sensors could be incomplete and uncertain. So I've used this complementary fusion where several range of sensors is being pointed to different positions. And in terms of competitive fusion, like magnetic compass and odometry applications could be involved, but I've used the touch sensor and the flex sensor to provide this basic applications. So yeah, so about the introduction, so robotics is a huge disciplinary, so it has multiple functionalities. So they could be used at multiple applications, and they are very useful in getting through all the respective domains where they could go across. And so I've chosen this domain is because the robots could perform more actions, and upon a proper feeding of the signals, it could provide us with a better accuracy. It's about the introduction. So the current system that I went across, like they've used the Bluetooth connection. So one of the papers have used the Bluetooth connection to get the bitrate and then convert it at a particular distance. And the few of the papers have used the sensory unit, which holds all these data at one single point and then transmits as packets. So like due to this, that's like two things are there. Like one is the range that gets affected, and the second is the cables and the connections are being used, which remotely goes through the lanes. So to avoid that, I've used this cloud transmission of the data, so it could be secured, and also it is reliable to use it anytime. So the proposed system is the robotic gripper, which is actuated by employing for a hand gesture movement. So when the movements are being recorded, it is being generated and it is passed to the robot, and the robot senses the signal, and according to the movements, it starts performing actions. So for this, like I've used, as discussed, like flux sensor. Flux sensor takes the constant current, and it also provides the resistance for all the transmitted signals that we have provided, and the output fluctuation is also not much of a differential. So I've chosen this. So this is about the advantage. So this is the pictorial representation of my project. So it collects the signal from the human limbs, and it sends it to the control signal generator, and from there it goes to the actuators, and the actuators provide the signals to the robots, and from there we collect all the signals, and then we perform the machine learning modeling where our signals are being processed and fed to the robot at high accuracy, and these signals then get stored into IoT, and which could be regenerated again. So this is the block diagram for my project. This I have discussed, like description of the system, and this is the second block diagram where I've shown the outline of how the technology works in the project. This is the flow diagram where the signals are being initially generated, and the Arduino takes the calibration of all these signals and it passes to the control signals, and from there the parallel manipulator takes the signals and provides it to the machine learning modeling, where first initially the linear regression model performs the linear regressive algorithms, and then it sends to the classifiers where the classification of the models are done, and finally it goes to the actuators, and from there like the data gets stored in our IoT. So in terms of the circuit, so I have used this circuit diagram for generating the signals and reducing the output. So this is in accordance with the Arduino board. So I have used this for the hardware purpose. So this is the basic mathematical expression that I've taken. So in terms of the software, I've used the Python and embedded C. And for the hardware, I've used Arduino, robotic gripper, flex sensor, then Node MCU for collecting, and glove sensor and rotary sensor, along with the resistors and motors. So this is about the Arduino. So in terms of the software, like the machine learning algorithm as discussed, it trains the positions and the actuations and sends it as a signal to the robots, and the actuated position data is plotted as a graph where the graph analysis could be stored in our cloud for retrieving the performance of the robots. And as discussed, like it goes and stores in the server database. So this is all about that as we discussed earlier. So this is the advantage about embedded C analysis. So this is the output I have generated. So this is based on the movements of the robotic sensor. So I've captured that, and this is to show like how much accuracy it is taking to do the movements. So this is when it is open and closed. Like now I've done it for open and close, but we have plans to expand this on making it to a proper human limb architecture where all the actions could be performed. So this is that. So Node MCU is connected to the IoT to get the data. So these are the domain applications of all that I have taken into. So the advantage of this project is previously like there were 2 or 3 degrees of freedom, and 3 to 4 actuators have been used. To reduce that, I've come down to 2 degrees of freedom, and also like I've used 2 actuators to take all these signals and get it generated along with the mobile transmission for this project. So this project could be used for cleaning all the contaminated waste in the water bodies to reserve the proper environment, and it could be used for the bomb diffusion and detection in the military, and it could be used for the medical purposes of doing the critical surgeries which the humans could not properly get in touch to, and it could be used in construction sites for lifting and for movements of high heavy objects. So to conclude, so this robot is basically an automated process where we have provided an indefinite time lapse of accuracy rate, and this accuracy is we have generated and we have produced could be of higher input signals which the robots could capture and would not be deviated apart from how the normal feedings, the normal model feedings have been done in the earlier process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions from the respective judges?
Yeah, thank you, Srinath.
Thank you, ma'am.
So can you just explain to me how does the parallel manipulator work?
In general or?
In general.
Okay, so it uses like several computer controlled chains of movements, and basically like manipulators are controlled by the actuators. So the actuator, each and every actuator are passed with unique input signals wherein they are being collected and they perform the independent actions which are linked to each and every actuators, and based on that like we create a geometrical axis where we can monitor all the positions.
My second question is, you said that it can be used in the IoT environment. None of your slides are showing that, right?
Yes, ma'am. That was missed out.
It is just a simple robotic arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where have you interfaced?
It was actually implemented, but it was not added along to.
But this, your title is saying that, right?
Yes,
monitoring with IoT monitoring, but none of your slides are showing that.
Yes, ma'am.
My third question is, you said that it can also be extended for bomb diffusion. Then how many sensors you have to incorporate?
Like generally we need about 7 to 8 sensors, but our focus is to reduce the number of sensors to make sure we get the accuracy of how much we get it from the moment number of sensors. So that is the idea of this project.
How many you have used in your project? 5, right? 2.
2.
Only 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, can we move to the next one?
Ma'am.
Would like to invite Surekha Yakure, ma'am, for presentation on prediction of health of the post-harvested pomegranate fruit using magnetic resonance imaging and machine learning.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Is my screen visible, madam, to you?
Ma'am, it has started. Yes, it is visible now.
My part of the research work is I'm actually working on the prediction of the pomegranate, a sort of grading of the pomegranate, which are basically to be dealt with the post-harvested type only. So my topic is this prediction of the health. There are many predictions that I have done classified, but for this presentation, I have taken the health of this pomegranate. My guide is Dr. Kripa Rasni ma'am from Jain College, Belgaum. I am presently working in A.G. Patil Engineering College, madam, and a research person from VTU. I have divided my work in this form. So my abstract actually is pomegranate, as it is known for the highly nutritional values and pharmac values, like it has been growing its need in the market. So what else, like how to make this fruit available in the whole year, like the food sustainability people talk about. So can we make this fruit available for the whole year? For that, we need some grading effects. And pomegranate is a fruit where it is totally we can say it is climatic. It's a non-climatic. Like after the ripening time, if you are trying to pluck it up, that is harvest it, later it will not grow. Whatever growing time is there, it is on the tree itself. So once it is harvested, it is not growing. So we are with the ripened fruit, and we have to take care of this ripened fruit. And if you're trying to store it, and we are trying to go for a particular prediction of how long the storage can go, how can we go for the shelf life, all these things, then we can go for the sustainment of this food chain. So in this, we have done like the predictions of the different chemical features, which are the quality features. There are some internal physiochemical features and external as well. But external, obviously we can see them, but there is no need of like some things like how exactly the pressure. By observing only we can tell. But there are problems inside. If you grade it with the internal features, then it becomes a great way of making the fruit available and have a better grading. In this, madam, we have taken a non-destructive method of grading this. That is, we are not using simple imaging, but we are using some magnetic resonance imaging of the fruit. I have taken some 199 fruits for the scanning. And after this, like stage-wise, I have divided the fruits, and accordingly, I have taken the corresponding chemical values from the laboratories at National Research Center for the Pomegranate at Sholapur itself. And the laboratories facilities were given by the laboratories in NRCP. So my work is like, the aim is simply to grade my fruits and predict accurately the, we can say the health of the fruits, and accordingly from that I will be going for the declaration of the shelf life of the fruit. Like this is the statistics, like Maharashtra is having the highest amount of the share of the pomegranate fruit. So if we do a lot of study on this, so we can make the whole like availability of the production in this pomegranate for the whole year, and can have a better export in this, and can increase the revenue of the farmers, like for the farmers. There are many non-destructive ways. There are ultrasonic, optical, X-rays, and all those. We can say that hyperspectral imaging also are there, but they have their own disadvantages. But the only thing, the best thing that the MRI is found is like, though it is costly nowadays, as we have come with some researches, there are portable MRI also, so that can be used for further grading. So all these things are like coming forward for a better non-destructive method of going for this grading of the fruit products. And there is a lot of work done on it. And this is my actual like a pictorial view of the steps that I have used in this. I have taken the MRI of the fruit. I have generated the gray level covariance matrix features from these MRI of the fruits. Individually I have taken. And once the fruit had been taken to the MRI, it was sent to the laboratories, and all the chemical values were studied in the laboratories. They have obtained. We have made some Excel sheet. So the data was not available anywhere. So we have generated this data set for 199 fruits, and we have applied the machine learning algorithms. And along with this, for making this machine learning algorithms, we need the actual data as well. So the actual data was procured from the laboratories, from the National Research Center. And from that, we have in some other, in part one work, we have already predicted the chemical values. Now, from all those data and all, we try to go for the health prediction of the fruit. And from health prediction of this, I will be telling out like how the health of the fruit will be like after this month or after second month or like that. So this was something which was leading us to the shelf life. So this is in the a prior work to the shelf life prediction. So health prediction was really important, because after the health prediction only we'll be able to tell how much the shelf life of the fruit will be. And we have taken 1.5 Tesla MRI machine for this scanning, and we have stored this fruit for 3 months. So the study included the fresh fruits, then the first month storage of the cold storage, the second month storage, and the third month of the storage. So ideal conditions of all those required parameters were maintained in the laboratories at NRCP only. So they helped me for the storage as well. So the measured values are. Am I audible?
8 minutes are done. Your 8 minutes are done for the presentation.
Am I audible, madam? Shall I continue?
Ma'am, you're audible, but your 8 minutes are done for the presentation.
I'm not getting you.
The time for presentation was only 8 minutes and they are done. The time is up, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just wind up, madam, for these things.
Please.
The physicochemical values have been predicted. We had some GLCM features also for this, and the prediction performance included these statistics that are used for the machine learning algorithms. I have used different machine learning algorithms. I found the accuracies for different algorithms, and I found even the different statistics for this. And so this was the study done over all those chemical values as well as the GLCM features have taken. And here I can see the study I've taken. If I've taken the GLCM features only, how was my health prediction that was shown here. If it is, this orange dot tells you about only when I'm taking the chemical values for prediction, and this is the combination. So this is the combination that I've seen for all the possibilities. So that was what I have done at this machine learning algorithms along with this prediction for the health of the pomegranate. So this is from my side, madam. I can ask for the questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the respected judges?
What's your name? Sulekha, right?
Surekha, ma'am. Surekha.
Yeah, the Sulekha.
Yes, ma'am.
So you did not mention that which SVM you used in particular. You just used so many, and you're showing that, and it is only based on chemical health. You're saying that, right?
Yes,
chemical parameters.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I've used all the machine learning algorithms. Like they have not been modified. I've simply made a study, like whether I should go with machine learning or some other deep learning neural networks, like what exactly. So this was a prior preliminary work that I've tried to obtain, and so they were
So
regular.
this is a study paper?
No, madam, I have performed the experiment.
You implemented it?
Yes, ma'am. This is the implemented work.
So when you have implemented, which algorithm did you use? Machine learning?
In machine learning, these are the support vectors, like all these things.
All these algorithm you have implemented?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Using Python?
Yes, using Python. I can show you the data also that I have used.
And one doubt I got it. So why did you calculate only for grade level covariance matrix?
Grade level, that is, you mean to say...
Yeah, here in your slide, it is written that you have calculated the covariance matrix of the gray level.
This is gray
Somewhere
level.
I show.
Yeah.
Seen.
Actually,
Why did you do that?
These are the, see, for the MRI images, the best thing that we can do is like we can obtain the texture of the fruit, internal in part of the fruit. So the best thing obtained for this details was using these things only, the contrast, homogeneity, and all those things. So these features, they are going to give you all the details of the internal, because they are depending. MRI images, they are all with H2 and water and hydrogen combination. It is going to vary its intensity. So all those things can be studied nicely with these features. So that's why GLSM features were used for this, and in all directions we had used in the east, west, all 4 directions. So no detail is left out by this GLSM features. So that's why these were the features obtained. There are many, but these were prominently used because they were high values that we had obtained.
Don't you think that using MRI will not be a cost-effective process, because
yes, ma'am,
that's not preferred?
Yes, ma'am, it is a cost-effective. But presently, what happens is when you go for a hyperspectral imaging method, every study is based on the perfect wavelength that is required for scanning. So it varies from object to object. Even if you place the food product in a different angle, things change again. So it is very difficult to go for a sturdy type of scanner. And if you go for X-rays and all, they are hazardous, because even that may create some problem with the food object also. So MRI becomes very, though it is now it is costly, but probably now the market is showing some portable MRI machines which are available. So if the research and hardware, if implementation is going like for portable ones, they may be like cost effective later on. So that is what helped me to obtain this scanner for going for this. And I had to go for the scanning from our Markandeya hospital here. They provided me all the support for this, and all those things were given by the hospital there. They had a scanner. So that was developed by me, because as I was observing for the images, databases on, nowhere the database was available. So I had to create this database, madam. And then the study went on along with the testing in the chemical laboratories there in the NRC.
So my last question to you is, see, the color of the skin of that outer skin of this pomegranate keeps changing from time to time, right? So that can be extracted and analyzed more precisely using optical spectrometer rather than MRI. Don't you think so? Because that is a very fast process.
From the color, madam?
Yes.
See, by color, obviously, what happens is we have only the virtue, or we can say the picture, from the picture of the fruit. Like we cannot justify what is
and the pictures, optical spectrometer, spectral analysis.
Spectral analysis. Again, the spectral means the hardware that is required for making an image out of this is again challenging, madam. The using concept there is more challenging there.
Which one is used currently in the market?
Currently, madam, though not in regularly like in a full-fledged form, still nowadays they are using hyperspectral and multispectral imaging. But if you go for a robust one, then like irrespective of the wavelength that they are developing, or irrespective of the technology that they are having, because in our country, like, because if I want to check it with spectroscopy or this hyperspectral imaging, it becomes very difficult for me to handle the hardware there. So instead of scanning, what happens is my whole focus will be on going for the hardware required for all the imaging concepts. So that thought came into me, and I just went with this MRI scan.
Okay, thank you.
Can I share this? If you can see my Excel sheet, madam.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Anjali Singh, ma'am, for presentation on selection combining diversity for Fisher Sen decor composite fading model using interface.
Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. Anjali, ma'am, are you present there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm presenting my presentation. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No, ma'am.
Hello?
Okay.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, let me check once again. Ma'am, it is showing unsupported document. I don't know why my presentation is not opening here.
Ma'am, you can present later. Let's skip to the next one.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to invite Abhishek Bansod, sir, for presentation on Parkinson disease tumor suppression using gyroscopic effect.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. My screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is Parkinson disease and hand tremors suppression using gyroscopic effect. Myself, Abhishek Bansode, under guidance of Archana.
Yeah, Mr. Abhishek, please put it on the slideshow mode.
Okay. In abstract, I can say in modern ages, Parkinson disease is second most chronic diseases in the world after Alzheimer's disease. The number of Parkinson disease patients over the in world is around 9 to 10 million. India is home to around 1 million people. This number is quite less because our population is very high. Is due to the lack of awareness in our about that disease. I present a method for suppressing hand tremors of Parkinson disease hand tremors without using gyroscopic effect. That will help the people who are suffering from Parkinson disease to perform their basic tasks such as writing, walking, sleeping, as well as eating. In introduction, I can say there are introduction. First, I will introduce what is tremors. Tremors is the involuntary movements. That is, involuntary means the movements which we can't control, like breathing, digestion, etc. Parkinson is a disease, a kind of neurodegenerative disease that causes due to progressive loss of dopamine producing brain cells in our brain. Here you can see basal ganglia. This is the part of our brain that produces dopamine. The tremors of Parkinson disease is kind of rest tremors. There are 3 types of tremors: action tremor, resting tremor, and postural tremor. Action tremor happens when there is your body is in movement. Resting tremor is a kind of tremor when your affected body parts is having support against gravity, as well as postural tremor. The postural tremor happens when affected body part is has no support against gravity. As you can see, action tremor frequencies are around 3 to 10 hertz. Resting tremor frequencies around 3 to 6 hertz. Postural tremor frequencies quite more, like 5 to 9 hertz. We are focusing on resting tremor, that is 3 to 6 hertz. First, we have to estimate our frequency. For that, we have used there are 2 methods to that. First one is a portable mobile-based tool. Second one is electromyography. In portable mobile-based tool, you can measure frequency of hand tremors using a software that is an application on the smartphone. For that, we can use that the method can be simplified with the 2 steps: data collection and data processing and visualization. This is a figure shows one of my volunteers having a portable mobile-based tool on which we can measuring the frequency of the hand tremors. This is the information about minimum, maximum, as well as average frequency of volunteers. In my work, I have access 4 volunteers. 2 of them were females and 2 of them were males. And this also provides information about minimum frequency as well as maximum frequency of that patients. This is a frequency graph of volunteers. As we can see in the first graph, there is a maximum frequency is around 5 hertz to 6 hertz. As well as in second graph, the frequency is around 8 to 9 hertz maximum frequency. Here we can see the frequency is quite low. This is because of there is a certain phases of the Parkinson's disease. This patient is in the first stage of Parkinson's disease. The other 2 were quite in the early means phase 2 or phase 3 stages of Parkinson's disease. What is the physics of? We can see the physics of gyroscope. Gyroscope simulation works on generating an equal, generating opposite and reaction. Sorry. Okay, gyroscope simulation works on generating an equal and opposite reaction torque to input torque. Means we can say if we gives a torque to the gyroscopic wheel, it can generate opposite torque, and it can nullify the input torque to that that we have given in that frame. Here in this figure, we can see rotor that is rotating part of a gyroscope, and it is rotating around spin axle on which rotor is placed. To support the gyroscope, there is a gimbal as well as gyroscopic frame. This is simulation of gyroscope. This I have done in the MATLAB simulation. Here we can see we have provided frequency of tremors as our input. Then there is some parameters that we can design using we can design, and we can see output in the MATLAB only. This is simulation result. I have performed a simulation as a given input as a 4 hertz, 5 hertz, as well as 6 hertz. Here you can see simulation results of 4 hertz and 5 hertz. In next slide, you can see the simulation result of 6 hertz. Here you can see blue one is a control that is input 6 hertz input, as well as we can see the 1.8 hertz output of that gyroscopic model in simulating. In conclusion, I can say this work proposed a method to using gyroscopic device that applies a torque to the patient hand to reduce hand tremors in Parkinson's disease patients, with the resting tremor having a ranging from 3 to 6 hertz. As well as frequency assessment techniques are for tremors are more accurate. We can say doctor can assess the patients remotely using that our portable mobile-based tool. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges?
Yeah. Thank you, Abhishek. My first question to you is that how many types of gyroscopes exist?
There are a few types of gyroscope: mechanical, laser, as well as micro electromechanical systems.
Come again?
Mechanical gyroscope, laser gyroscope, as well as MEMS, that is micro electromechanical system.
Optical is not there? Okay, fine.
Yes, optical is there.
And the next thing is, see, the tremor varies from patient to patient in any Parkinson patient. So how do you standardize this?
We can use this is the kind
Because
of
the
simulation.
intensity and the tremor, it varies from person to person.
We can use a mechanical gyroscope for that design purpose. We can provide there. Hello, ma'am.
Your lower limit is 3 hertz, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes there are patients with less than 3 hertz also. For such patients, how do you cater to their problem then?
As we can, we're normal peoples. Normal people having tremors having ranging from 1 hertz to 1.5 hertz. There is a range on which particular there is a boundary. For further, there is if the boundary crosses, then the tremor is called as Parkinson disease tremor. If the tremor frequency is less than 3 hertz, or we can say 2.5 hertz, then there is no kind of, this is not a kind of Parkinson disease tremor. It's another tremor, that is essential tremor also. There are
Why
many
have you
kinds of
chosen
tremors.
the mechanical one?
Mechanical one.
Hello?
Hello.
Why have you chosen the mechanical one in your project, in your work?
It is easy to use as well as cost effective. That's why.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, call the next, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Rishikesh Nakure sir for presentation on design and analysis of permanent magnet linear generator using PEM-based software. Rishikesh sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I am having problem for sharing through mobile. Can I share through Abhishek, sir?
Yeah, it's okay, sir.
Which, yes, sir. Abhishek? Hello?
Yes, I'm sharing.
Yes. So, good afternoon all. My topic of presentation is design and analysis of permanent magnet linear generator under the guidance of Dr. Archana Jit Husar ma'am. Next slide. So as we know, there is huge energy demand with respect to the energy supply. So to decrease the gap between the energy demand and the energy supply, we have to move our focus from conventional energy sources to renewable energy sources like solar, wind, hydrokinetic energy, wind energy, and also ocean energy. Out of these renewable energy sources, ocean energy is very have high potential as its availability is more than the other renewable energy sources. As we know, solar and wind is only 20 to 30% available on time, and but ocean energy is having great potential and its availability is around 90% of the time. So wave energy is a part of ocean energy, which can be considered as a high energy, have high energy capacity than the other renewable energy sources. Next slide. So to harvest this ocean energy, we know sea waves are traveling in up and down motion. So we have to utilize this motion, that is linear one. So we can't use rotational generators in that. So that's why to harvest this kinetic energy, various electric machines are developed, linear machines are developed. So as we see in this figure, these rotary machines can be converted into linear machines, that is imaginary transformation. This rotor can be transformed into this translator, and stator will be remain in flat position. Next slide. So the problem statement is to meet the demand, we have to optimize the utilization of electricity, and we have to generate more electricity. So this free piston linear generator, that is FPLG, is hello. Yes, this free piston linear generator is one of the
मैंने देख लिया लॉगिन करके लोगों ने वीडियो नहीं चला रखी है.
Sir, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. This free piston.
I request, please mute yourself, other participants.
Can I continue, ma'am?
Yeah. Please, sir.
Yes. So this free piston linear generator is one of the application of permanent magnet linear generator, which can be used to generate the electricity, and which can be used for range extension of the electric vehicle by generating the electricity, and we can use this generated electricity to charge the battery, so we can extend the range of EV. So the main aim of this project is design an efficient permanent magnet linear generator. Next slide. So the objective of this project is to understand the construction, working, and the principle of operation of FPLG, that is free piston linear generator. Then we have to calculate the design parameters which are required for designing, and then these design parameters will be inserted in this simulation software, that is ANSYS, which is a very high precision software which will be used for designing the machine. And after that, we have to analyze the output parameters which will give by this simulation software. Next slide. So we will know about the linear permanent magnet generator. So it is nothing but an device which converts the mechanical motion, that is linear motion, for generation of the electricity. So it will use this linear motion for generation of electricity. As we see in this figure, it is translator, that is similar to the rotor of rotating machines, which is situated in between the stator. So when this translator moves in between the two stators, so these permanent magnets are situated on the translator. So when this translator moves, this permanent magnet will generate the magnetic field. So when this moves, it will produce changing magnetic field, which is associated with the coils of which is situated on stator. So when this translator moves, there will be change in the magnetic flux, which will link with the coils which are situated on stator. So as per Faraday's law, there will be EMF induced in that coil whenever there is a change in magnetic flux linking with the coil. So this is the principle. Next. So we will see about the construction of linear permanent magnet generator. As we see in this figure, there are two main parts, that is stator and translator. In translator section, there is permanent magnets which are situated in between the poles of the translator, and on stator there will be voltage generating coils, that is stator coils, which are stationary on the stator. And when this next slide. So we will see about the working principle of this free piston linear generator. So in this figure, a total free piston engine is shown, but our main focus is middle part, that is linear generator. So this free piston engine consists of three parts, that is this combustion chamber on the left side, and middle one is the linear generator, and on the right side we can connect gas spring, or we can also connect another combustion chamber from the right side. So operation of this free piston generator is that in this combustion chamber, fresh air and fresh fuel and air is injected through this intake port, and spark plug is ignited. So after the ignition, this combustion process happens. Also, it will pressure this piston from left to right. So piston will move from left to right. So similar process will happen on the right side. So the piston will move from right side to the left side. So there is continuous process will happen inside this cylinder. So as we know, on the piston, this green color, that is permanent magnets, are situated. So when these permanent magnets are moving, so it will create variation in magnetic field. So this flux, which is produced by permanent magnet, will be linking with this stationary coils. So whenever there is a change in the magnetic flux linking with this coil, EMF will be produced in that coil. So this produced EMF will be converted into the DC, and which can be used for the storage charging of the battery. So this battery can be used for electric vehicle. Next slide. So we have modeled this EMF equation in MATLAB. As we know, basic EMF equation is E is equal to BLV sin theta. As we know, B is magnetic flux density. Hello.
So your time is up for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. We can finish in 5 minutes.
No, sir. Your time is up. Just proceed on the conclusion side, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Previous slide, please. Previous. So this E equal to Bm cos pi bar upon T into X 2 pi nr into V. This is modeled in MATLAB. Next slide. So this is the Simulink model. Next slide. This is the displacement. Next slide. After derivating that displacement, we will get the velocity. Next slide. So this is the EMF induced in that winding. So this will give the behavior of the permanent magnet through this MATLAB modeling. Next slide. So I have designed this linear generator in ANSYS Maxwell software in 2D and also 3D. These are some steps for modeling the linear generator. Next step. So this is the geometry of the model which I have designed in ANSYS Maxwell 2D. Next slide. These are the assigned material for the parts. Next slide. These are the design equation which I have used for designing the machines. Next. These are the design specifications. Next slide. So after the analyzing the machines, we will get these results, that is flux lines, which will show the flux path. Next slide. This will show the flux lines, the direction of the flux which will flow through this translator and stator part. Next slide. So these are the induced EMF after the moving of translator inside the stator. Next slide. This is the geometry of the model of linear generator in Maxwell 3D. This it will have helix coil which are having 5 turns, and the magnets will move inside the helix coil. Next slide. So these are the same steps which are followed up in Maxwell 2D, which I have to follow in Maxwell 3D. Next. So after analyzing the machine, we will get the result, that is flux density. As we see the middle part, that is red, it will show around the 0.97 Tesla. As we are using NDP magnet, so it will having magnetic flux density around 1 Tesla. As we move from center to outside, the magnetic flux density will in decreasing state. Next slide. So this will show the magnetic flux vectors throughout the band. Next. So when the magnet will move inside this helix coil, the EMF will be observed. The first graph is induced voltage, and the second graph is the displacement of the magnet in time t. Next. So these are the references which I used. The main reference I used is Boldy and Nasser. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Any questions from the respected judges?
Yeah, thank you, Rishikesh. So my first question to you is that since you have used the permanent magnet, right, in your
Yes,
project or in your work, see when you're using the permanent magnet, so due to aging, the magnetic property will deteriorate. So then,
yes, ma'am.
So how have you taken care of that in your design?
Ma'am, I have only designed the basic part. I have not think about the aging of the magnet. I have choose the NDP magnet, which have high magnetic properties like high coercivity, high magnetic strength.
Okay. And
Yes,
second question is, why have you chosen FEM? Why not FDTD?
Sorry,
why
ma'am.
have you chosen?
Hello.
Why have you chosen the software based on finite element method? Why not finite difference time domain method? What made you to choose ANSYS Maxwell software?
Ma'am, as we know, ANSYS is a high precision software which will give the more accurate results, and also it will analyze the smallest part of the machine. So that's why we will get the results we wanted.
You mean to say that FDTD is no better than FEM?
Compared to FDTD, ANSYS is a high precision software, and also I know more about the ANSYS. I have used ANSYS more, so I have used the ANSYS software.
See, in your slides, you're shown the input to your model, simulation model, not the Simulink model, your ANSYS software model. What is that input which you have given?
Which, ma'am? Which slide?
You just go back to your slide. I'll just show you. Not this. Next. Your simulation, that is. Next. Not the say here. Not this. Next one. The way the rotor is moving. Rotor and the stator you have.
Yes, ma'am.
See.
This.
So what is that intake port? What is the input which you have fed?
Ma'am, this is the mixture of air and fuel, which will be used for combustion of the
air and fuel.
Air and fuel.
Air and fuel.
We can use renewable fuels as there is a burden on the fossil fuels. So we can use renewable fuels like hydrogen, biogas.
Okay.
So there is a great future in this, and also losses will be less.
Fine. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Moving to the next one, I would like to invite Divya G, ma'am, for presentation on resource allocation for routing protocol, vehicular communication and wireless networks.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you present there, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
My screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all present here.
Please put it on the slideshow.
Ma'am, it's visible.
It is visible, but put it on the slideshow. It would be better.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Divya. My topic is resource allocation for routing protocol, vehicular communication in wireless networks. First, let's see the abstract. Vehicle-to-vehicle technology uses dedicated short-range communications set forth by bodies like FCC and ISO. One of the most significant obstacles in decreasing the supply voltage. And fifth loss problem. By selecting proper ratio, we can minimize the power dissipation without decreasing the supply voltage. We develop a novel maximum connected load balancing cover tree algorithm is used to achieve full coverage as well as base station connectivity of each sensing node. The proposed maximum connected load balancing cover tree consisting of two components. First one is a coverage optimizing regressive heuristic for coverage management, and second one is parabolistic load balancing strategy for routing path determination. Next one is the introduction. Many tasks such as object tracking and battlefield intrusion detection require full coverage at any time. With the limited energy of sensor node, these nodes into a maximal number of subgroups capable of monitoring all discrete points of interest. And then in addition to maximizing the number of subgroups, how to guarantee the connectivity of sensor nodes, that is exist links between the base station and sensor node, is also critically important while achieving full coverage. Next one is the existing system. At this device level, reducing the supply voltage VDD and reducing the threshold voltage according to reduce the power consumption. One of the most significant obstacles in decreasing the supply voltage is the large transistor count and fifth loss problem. By selecting proper WL ratio, we can minimize the power dissipation without decreasing the supply voltage. Next one is the disadvantage. A simple approach is proposed in this paper to reduce the area and power of Beckman's architecture. The reduced number of transistors of this work offer the great advantage in the reduction of area and also the total power. The power of the modified buckmarks are significantly reduced by 14.70%. I surveyed 4 papers. First paper is resource allocation for intelligent reflecting surface aided vehicular communication. Limitation of the paper is resource sharing requires judicious allocation for mitigating interference and optimizing the.
Sorry to interrupt you, Divya, and you put it on the slideshow mode, plus your slides are not changing.
Okay.
So put it in the slideshow mode. From current slide, from current slide.
Okay.
Okay, this is your beginning one. Fine.
Next, the second one paper is joint active and passive beamforming optimization for intelligent reflecting surface. Assisted.
Madam, still it is not changing. Just check. Put it in the slideshow mode. Slideshow mode nahi aa raha hai na? आपको दिख रहा है क्या? Same ना?
Cancel these outlines. Slides to begin assignment. You have to cancel that.
थर्ड पार्टी वो कर रहे हैं सब.
Ma'am, it's okay.
Slides have changed, but not in the presentation mode. Fine, go ahead.
Next one is intelligent reflecting surface enhanced wireless network via joint active and passive beamforming. The limitation of this paper is adding an excessive large number of active components such as small cell base station, relays, remote radio heads in wireless networks also causes a more aggregated interference.
Madam, please go to your objective. What's her name? Divya, no? Yes, Divya, just go to your object, Mrs. Divya or Miss Divya, I don't know. Sorry, just go to your objective and then go to your results. So do not spend much time on literature review.
Okay. Next one is, this is the use case diagram. Is used to describe a set of actions that some systems can perform in collaboration with one or more external users of the system admin in the
And
access.
which slide you are? Divya ma'am. We can
This
see
is
the
not,
slide.
yeah, this is not the slide which you are explaining. There is some problem with your network. Just check your network. I think till your network speed picks up, the same thing will continue. There is some latency. Fine. Sequence diagram. Okay, activity diagram.
This is the activity diagram. Is basically a flowchart or to represent the flow from one activity to another activity. The action activity can be described as an operation of the system. Initial user needed to provide some transaction data. Once the server approves the transaction, that information will be loaded to the database server. Next one is the sequence diagram. Is the interaction diagram that shows how objects operate with one another, and initial user needed to create his own account and register his credit card detail in the server. Once the server registers, that users the server will provide PIN number to the user to access the credit card and load that information on the database server. This is the SideWin command window. This is the node clustering values. I have analyzed 3 parameters. First one is the delay analysis. Next one is the packet delivery ratio. Next one is the throughput. Cluster head is chosen from the minimum number of dominators for a particular moment of time. The cluster head is the main focused point for communication in the network. The protocol select the cluster head to get maximum remaining energy. This provides the stability in the network. This is the cluster head formation. Workload on the cluster head communication, inter-cluster head. I will conclude the paper. We model the user trip planning when both conditions and the data communication influence user trip decision. A vehicle to infrastructure bandwidth allocation scheme is proposed, which provides a guideline on how the system operator can adjust the network parameters to achieve the optimal social welfare, even if the user are non-cooperative. Next, we conducted a case studies to show the dynamics when changing the vehicle to infrastructure bandwidth. Using the Lebanon optimization techniques, we proved the throughput optimally of a centralized and slotted version of hybrid back pressure collection protocol. This is the future enhancement. The simulation results also show the proposed scheme can lower the system cost even if the bandwidth allocation does not exactly match the optimal value. Intravehicular systems have a natural requirement that the data generated from sensor have higher priority and data generated by others. These are the references. Thank you.
So my question to you is this method which you have used for calculating the delay, right? Can we use it for all type of wireless network, or it is restricted to only one particular network?
Ma'am?
Can we use it for all type of wireless network? There are
Yes,
so many wireless networks are there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So can we do that? Can we use this? For routing protocol, vehicular communication, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the radius, that restricted radius for this coverage? Is it for indoor? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
You said resource allocation for routing protocol for all the vehicular communication, right? In the wireless network. My first question to you was, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
உன்கிட்ட கோச்சிங் கேட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க நீ வீட்டுல லெஃப்ட் ஆயிட்ட
Divya ma'am.
திவ்யா உனக்கு கூப்பிட்டே இருக்காங்க.
I don't know where she is. Okay, किधर गई क्या मालूम? Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Just wind it up.
Yes, ma'am. Soumya Reddy ma'am, she's not presenting.
Okay.
So we are done with the session 1, ma'am.
Okay, what's her name? Anjali Singh. I think she had
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, facing some issues. Anjali.
Hello.
Hello,
Yes,
Anjali
yes,
Singh. Is she going to present now?
Ma'am, I want to present, but I don't know what issue was arising that time.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Should I try right now?
It's up to them. Just
Okay, ma'am. Let me try.
there's a selection.
Ma'am, just give me 2 minutes.
Sure.
I don't know why.
Sure.
Was...
I think Dia, we should wind up because it's
Okay, ma'am.
already 2:21.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
2:25. Fine.
Ma'am, just give me one more chance.
Okay, you're here. Fine.
Anjali, ma'am, any update from your side?
Ma'am, I'm trying. Ma'am, if we will not be presenting right now, then ma'am, how we will be presenting our presentation then? Because issue will come later on also if you give me other slot also. So what should we do?
No other slots.
Ma'am, then
There are no other slots right now.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am.
Yes. There are no other slots, ma'am.
Ma'am, then our presentation will not be considered.
Yeah. Just you can present in the technical session 2A afterwards in the last, if it is possible.
Ma'am, if we will not be able to present, ma'am, then our presentation will be considered or not? Sorry, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if due to this technical issue, my presentation will not be presented, then my presentation will be considered or
Do
not?
not worry, I said.
Don't
I'll
worry.
make sure that it will be considered.
Ma'am, can I WhatsApp my presentation on that
Sure,
number?
sure. You can do that.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, then in which slot should I come then? If
That I don't know. I'll talk to the coordinators. Fine.
Anjali, ma'am, you can contact to the coordinator.
Yeah, I contact the coordinators. Sachin Kamble, you contact. Rajiv Gupta, you contact. Or Rajesh Mehta, you contact. Okay. So, Dia, can we wind up?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you
you,
so
Dia,
much, ma'am.
for your cooperation. And I also extend my thanks to my colleagues, Saurabh and Virendra Kohli, sir.
Hello.
And all good wishes to all the participants and very good luck to your future endeavor. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable time and for the session. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. I request all the participants.
Anusia. Hi, Anusia.
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm
I
not
request
wrong,
all
is
the
it technical
participants to
session
join the
2B?
breakout room for technical session 2A.
Actually, it's for technical session 2B. I'm here. Hello. Am I
Yes, sir.
audible?
Yes,
Is it
sir,
for
you're
technical session
audible.
2B? Is it
Ma'am, there is a
technical
session 2C also.
Are you able to present for the?
Yes, within 5 minutes we are creating the new sessions. You can join there. Give us 5 minutes break.
Okay. Okay, fine, that's not a problem.
In breakout room, the sessions are not showing.
We are creating now, ma'am. It will take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Just wait for 5 minutes.
No problem. No problem.
Our session will be here only.
Our session is here only, na?
Yeah.
Yes.
So can we start, sir?
Yes, coordinators, can you suggest?
Kindly wait for 5 minutes at a time. We'll start all the session, ma'am.
Okay, no problem.
Ma'am.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
The meeting 3 o'clock.
Yes.
ஹாய் அனிஷியான்னு போட்டாரு உள்ள இருக்கேன்ட்டு கூப்பிட்டாரு நிலஜன் அப்படின்றவரு என்ன சார்னு இந்த பிறகு there is a meeting scheduled from 3 o'clock. அவங்களுக்கா அப்படிதானே போட்டிருக்காரு.
Hello. शेख अगर लाएंगे उनकी डिटेल्स एंट्री कर देना होगा.
Hello.
1 second. Hello.
Hello.
I request the participants of technical session 2B and 2C. Breakout rooms are created. Please join the breakout rooms.
फोन करो किसी को.
Excuse me. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I am in technical session 2A.
Yeah, you will be on the main hall.
You have to remain in the same call, ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay.
In the same meeting.
Okay.
Those who are from 2B and 2C, only they have to join through the breakout room.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Fogadi sir, can we start?
Yes, madam. Yes,
Okay.
we can start.
Myself, Rupali Thora, and we are going to organize the Equinox EC for the electronics department, and our chairperson, Dr. Balaji Hogade sir. Let me introduce sir first. Sir received PhD in EXTC in the subject Smart Antenna for Wideband Wireless Network from NMIMS, Mumbai in 2014. Yami in Power Electronics from Gulbarga University, Karnataka in 1999. BE in Electronics from Marathwada University, Aurangabad in 1991. His total teaching experience is more than 31 years. He has chaired many national and international conferences. He has reviewed many national and international conferences, conference papers. He has worked in various committees of University of Mumbai also. Currently, he is a professor and HOD of Electronics Engineering Department in Terna Engineering College, University of Mumbai. He has guided number of projects and theses in graduate and postgraduate level program. He has guided 6 PhD students in University of Mumbai. He has produced several national and international publications. He has published 2 patents also. He was a member of BOSS in Electronics Engineering and Electrical Engineering in University of Mumbai. His research and interests include wireless network, smart antenna, and power electronics and drive. Can we start, sir?
Yes, madam. Thank you for nice introduction.
Thank you, sir.
For the participants, there are some guidelines. You need to follow the guidelines. You have to finish your presentation within 6 to 7 minutes, and there will be 2 minutes question answer session. So within 9 minutes, we have to wind up, and there will be a best paper award from this session. So these are the guidelines you should follow. Okay.
The first person is the R. Santosh Kumar. Are you ready, sir? Are you available here? R. Santosh Kumar. Ananya Garg.
Yes,
Miss Ananya Garg.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, you can present your presentation.
Yes, Ananya, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. She started to share this.
Okay.
Sir, is my presentation visible?
It is visible, but can you make it on slideshow? Yeah, now it is okay.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all. My name is Ananya, and I'm presenting my research review paper on solar cell trends and the future, a review. And this is part of my MTech project work. The contents of my presentation is objective, introduction, evolution of solar cells, generation and types, characteristics of solar cells, followed by result and discussion, and then conclusion. So objective is that with the increase of population, technological and economic development, there is more need of better renewable energy. So, however, burning traditional fossil fuels is causing a serious threat of environmental problems such as climate change, global warming, air pollution, etc. Therefore, there is an urgent need for the development of renewable energy technologies. So, to develop the robust and efficient system, less expensive and environment friendly is one of the objectives. The solar energy is the best and promisable renewable energy, which is eco-friendly in nature. It is based on the photovoltaic effect. This is an effect due to which light energy is converted into the electrical energy. So the story of solar cell began in 1839 when the photovoltaic effect was observed by Edmund Becquerel, the physicist, and the first solar cell was invented based on the photovoltaic effect in 1888 by the scientist named Alexander Stolato. So there are systematic development in the generation of solar cells like first generation, second generation, and third generation. So here is an evolution of solar cell is shown, starting from 1839 when the PV effect was observed by Edmund Becquerel, then in 18 by Stolato, and then Albert Einstein proposed the quantum theory of light in 1905. In 1980, Zen Strzelski introduced a method to produce a single crystal silicon, which is also known as Strzelski method. And in 1954, Bell Labs introduced the first silicon-based solar cell. So this was the evolution of solar cell. Coming to the generation and types of solar cells. So the solar cell is bifurcated into many generations like first generation, second and third generation. First generation is divided into monocrystalline and polycrystalline solar cell. Then the second generation is divided into amorphous cadmium telluride and CIGS copper indium gallium diselenide solar cells. And the third generation solar cells are the new emerging technology, which is divided into dye-sensitized solar cells, organic and polymer solar cells, perovskite solar cells, and multi-junction solar cells. The first generation solar cells were laboratories in 1953, and this was a wafer-based solar cells have high power efficiency. Then it was divided in monocrystalline and polycrystalline. So there is a tabular comparison between the advantages of the monocrystalline solar cell and the polycrystalline solar cells. So monocrystalline solar cells are the highly efficient, but it is expensive, and the polycrystalline solar cells are the less expensive than monocrystalline solar cell, but in terms of efficiency, it is less than monocrystalline solar cells. Second generation solar cells are the thin film technology, which is more economical than first generation solar cell. The cost of production is minimized in this generation because of the poor quality material that is deposited on the substrates. There are various types of second generation solar cells like amorphous silicon, cadmium telluride, copper, indium, gallium diselenide. And this is the tabular comparison between all these solar cells as shown in the screen. The third generation solar cells, the new emerging technology, have an observation based and the second generation based solar cells. These types of solar cells are introduced to minimize the drawbacks of the first and second generation solar cells, and the objective is to reduce the production cost and to increase the power conversion efficiency. There are various types of third generation solar cells like dye-sensitized organic polymer cells, perovskite solar cells, quantum dot solar cells, multi-junction solar cells, and their tabular comparison of their efficiencies is shown here. This review article includes the review and literature survey. Further, this is the result and discussion. I have done a simulation on console software and have determined the various parameters like open circuit voltage, gate current, and calculation is illustrated here. So these are the parameters of different materials which I have used in the console multiphysics software. And the characteristic of gallium arsenide and indium phosphide, which I have simulated, and the VI characteristic of gallium arsenide indium phosphide heterojunction solar cells has been simulated like this. The JV characteristic of gallium arsenide I have calculated, which is similar like VI curve. And then second material I have taken in the heterojunction solar cell is the silicon and silicon carbide. So silicon carbide is the wide band gap material with 2.36 electron volt. And here I have found the IV, PV and JV curve of this. This is the JV characteristic of silicon carbide. So I'm concluding the presentation, and the review paper is based on the solar cell technology, and various types of solar cells are elaborated. The paper highlights about the efficacy of the solar cells. And as of right now, there are various types of solar cells which have been invented to enhance their efficiency. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Any questions? Any questions from audience? Okay. So on what basis the generations of solar cell are classified, like first generation, second generation, third generation? What are important parameters to be considered?
Sir, important parameters are like efficiency and then like production cost and the material cost. These are the main factors which decides the their advantages and disadvantages.
Which out of these is
I have
most
joined
important?
the session. Yes, sir.
Which
Hello.
parameter out of these is most important? Like
Sir,
efficiency or
Yes, ma'am. Sakshi name. Please see. I have joined.
Okay. Now, what is the current status of solar cell? How
These
much efficiency
link
they are
you have given yesterday, I joined it.
So current status
Okay.
is
Okay.
till now. Hello.
Yes, coordinators, can you
Abhinash
coordinate
is
somebody
inviting
else's
you to join tech session. I have to join this.
coordinators?
Okay, okay.
Hello.
I have to leave this and join this. Directly join.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, coordinators. Okay, yes, ma'am. Continue.
Yes, ma'am, sir. So right now there is like approx 30 to 33% of efficiency has been achieved in the solar cells, and maximum efficiency has been achieved of multi-junction solar cells, which I have written here. It's like 36%.
It's only 36. That is also too less.
What,
So,
sir? Pardon, sir?
It is also very less, na? 36 is
Yes,
not
sir.
good efficiency.
Yes, sir.
So, what is the reason why the efficiency is so less in solar cells? Can you suggest how to improve this? Okay. Yes, Diya madam, are you there? Hello. Rupali madam.
एक मिनट. Next, Yam Anusaya is there. Yam Anusaya.
This session can, this presentation can be concluded. Thank you, madam.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Next, Yam Anusaya is there. Okay, Miss Kirtiga. Miss Kirtiga is available. Miss Kirtiga. Sadem Sai Kiran.
Yes, ma'am, I'm available.
Okay, you can start, you can share your screen and you can start the presentation. Complete it within 6 minutes and afterward 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Question answers.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible. Diya madam, are you there?
Full screen, yes, sir. No problem.
Yeah, continue.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Sai Kiran, and I am presenting my paper on design of low power and high speed FinFET-based multiplexers under the guidance of Jami Venkat Suman. And coming to the abstract of this paper, the multiplex is a combinational logic circuit designed to switch one of several input lines to a single common line. It is used in various designs found in very large scale integrations and DSP applications. Now, coming to the conventional CMOS logics, in this paper, we proposed a multiplexer based on FinFET, and we compared the results with the existing technologies and also the conventional CMOS logic, in which from the result table, we observed that the proposed FinFET-based multiplexer gives lower power dissipation and reduced time delay, and also the reduced power delay product. And it is used in various low power applications since it reduces the number of transistors. Coming to the instructions, suppose if you consider if you want to make a device, the basic requirement is that high computational speed. To achieve that, we need more number of transistors. So if we increase the number of transistors, then automatically the size of the device will be also be increased. So what should we do to increase the number of transistors is that we should reduce the channel length between the drain and the source regions. So if we reduce the channel length furthermore to an extent, then the conventional CMOS logic will give us more power dissipation. And so to overcome that drawback, we proposed a multiplexer based on FinFET technology. In FinFET, the gate terminal is wrapped around the channel so that the gate will have the control over the drain current, so it reduces the leakage power. So FinFET stands for Fin Field Effect Transistor, and it is a multi-gate field effect transistor which is further scaled down than the MOSFET. FinFET has similar properties to that the conventional transistor, but has more advantages. FinFET, as the channel length is reduced, FinFET consumes less area than the conventional MOSFETs. A multiplexer is sometimes known as data selector, is a combination circuit. It has 2 power n input lines and a single output line with n selecting lines. Coming to the existing designs, in this paper they proposed CMOS logic, multiplexer based on CMOS logic, in which they have used more number of transistors, and they have also proposed GDI technique in which they use 6 transistors. But the drawback of this is they use window process, which is very cost effective. And in another paper, they have used pass transistor logic. As you know, pass transistor logic has weak logic 0, so the output will has more power dissipation.
Soil pollution is also increasing due to those fertilizers that would be removed to the.
Next, in this paper, they have proposed a 32 nanometer FinFET technology using 20 transistors using cadence tool, and they have designed the simulations. And our proposed methodology has 6 transistors, and we have used 18 nanometer technology using cadence Webster tool, and we have simulated our design and obtained the results and compared with the existing results. You can observe that our proposed design has less number of transistors and has less power dissipation and less delay, and also the less power delay product. You can see the graphical representation of the results. And finally, I would like to conclude that our proposed MUX has 6 transistors, was designed and simulated using cadence Webster tool, and the simulation results were compared with the existing technologies like CMOS, GDI logic, and FinFET based designs. And it is observed that our design is reduced by power dissipation. Our design is reduced by 85%, and the delay is reduced by 81%. So we concluded that the proposed FinFET based multiplexer has better power delay product than other existing technologies. In future, this proposed FinFET based multiplexer can be used in various low power applications and communication with reduced power dissipation and delay, and also with less area. These are the references. Thank you, everyone. Sir?
Sir, any questions? Fogade, sir.
Yeah. Any questions from audience? Okay. Can you show the table of comparison of results?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now you have compared this proposed method with the existing papers. So
Yes, sir.
have they used the same platform?
Yes, sir. They have used cadence tool.
And you are using?
We are also using cadence tool, sir.
Okay. What about other parameters?
Other parameters like we have compared based on number of transistors, power, delay, and the power delay product, sir.
Okay. What about size?
Size is obviously less since the FinFET has less channel length between the source and drain, and you can see the number of transistors used in FinFET. Our proposed design is 6, so obviously the area will be less, sir.
We have simulated this.
Yes, sir. We have simulated.
Are you going to carry out some experiments on this?
Sir?
Experiments. Are you going to perform some practical experiments for this to authenticate the results, to support your simulated results, whether they are correct or not, how to authenticate it?
We have compared it from the papers, literature papers, sir.
No, but these are simulated results.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to perform some practicals for this?
No, sir.
Hardware. Otherwise, how to believe that these results are correct?
We have already simulated all these in our cadence suite, sir.
Simulations are not perfect results. Unless and until you do some experiments, you cannot conclude that these are the correct results.
Yes, sir.
Is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, that you have to do. Then only you can
Okay,
say that these are the perfect results.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
You can continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai Kiran.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, Reddy Venkatesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can present your screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Next is Ankita Bhatt. Be ready. Available.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, audio.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all. I'm Reddy Venkatesh, and currently my paper is about design and performance evaluation of FinFET-based full adder. And these are my colleagues, and we have done this paper under the guidance of our senior assistant professor in our college, Suman sir. And coming to the abstract of this paper, currently the semiconductor industry has been subjected to diverse problems and challenges, which manifest because of the fast increase in the current technologies. And coming to our paper, we have designed a full adder, as the adder is a versatile component that is mostly employed in ALU, which is a very useful thing in the processors. And currently they have been designed in VLSI and DSP applications. VLSI technology enables designers to fit more number of gates onto a single integrated circuit. So basing on that, in this paper, we proposed a FinFET-based full adder design that minimizes the number of transistors and consumed power and reduce the delay using the cadence watch tool. And from the simulation results, we have observed that the proposed design minimizes the power consumption and delay respectively from compared to the existing designs. And coming to the introduction, the adders and multipliers are primary focus of the designing scenario, since they determine how quickly the processor operates. The speed of the processor depends upon the ALU. And in this regard, this generation of ICs work at incredibly fast rates, which exposes more switching activities and causes substantial power losses and heating of the device. Based on the power energy, many efforts were carried out by many researchers. So we have currently we are using FinFET technology, and coming to the FinFET technology, it is a multi-gate transistor technology or 3D transistors, where which plays a key role in VLSI circuits. And here the main concern is about the short channel effects, which increase the leakage current exponentially. And the most advanced transistors that can operate in the nanometer range to overcome these short channel effects are the FinFET transistors. These are of two types: short gated mode and independent gated mode. As we can see the picture, there is a the FinFET design is also similar to the conventional MOS transistor design with a gate, source, and drain. But according to the 3D structure, we have another controlling gate terminal. This is added to the transistor and was referred to as FinFET.